Stalling? I would never. The track is literally a clock ticking. True. I was trying to get live split set up, so I want to keep track of the time a little easier. Give me a second, okay? It was a last minute idea. Chill, chat. It'll be alright. Trust. Alright, boys. Without further ado, let's begin. Alright, gamers. So, do we care about anything on this character? Probably not, right? Oh, I got a ping. There she is. Hey, do we care about literally anything on this character? I don't think so, right? Oh, I don't have Chatterino up. Root. Right, now I can see you, chat. Go Slayer today. Have you ever made a Scion build before? I league started on a Scion, and it was a mistake. Alright, I don't think we care about anything here, right? We just dump everything off of this character. And then we restart. Needs more bone? I think it has plenty of bone, my guy. Maybe we keep this. A couple days ago, Max Moore. Maybe we keep this Invictus. Just for fun. I don't think we keep anything else, though. I'm gonna be starting from scratch. Okay. So, you know the support that makes war cries apply corrupted blood. Ooh. Is that what we're cooking? All right. So I pulled in some random people into POB, right? And you remember how we were messing with this? And how a lot of people go fortify like as their 6th link on Boneshatter? Well, I sat down in POB for a little bit, right? And it turns out, interestingly enough, Impale support is better than Fortify support. Interestingly enough. Because it's pretty much impossible to get Impale otherwise, and this is just the most damage that you can get out of a support by a pretty decent amount, right? Now, the thing about it is that you do have to swap your setup slightly, but it's not like a ton of swap. But this is something that I need to do a little bit more work on the end game. But that's besides the point. We are going to real quick look at the early game that we're going to be doing. So I haven't decided, and I think we just need to test both. Ask why? Ask why what? I think we need to test both here, right? But I think we're gonna start like this for sure. We'll go this way, come this way, grab the life, grab the versatility. Here, grab this, This all makes sense, right? All the way up to here, I think is pretty uncontested that this is just the way that you do it, right? I don't think there's very much difference that could be done here. Realistically, later in the game, you could go through this life and armor if you wanted to. I don't think going through the strength is actually better here in any way. I think you would either go through life and armor or you go through melee damage. Doesn't make sense. You lose too much. But then from here, we need to decide. And I've been trying to rationalize between going each way. Because on one hand, we can go this way, right? And we can rush straight to precise technique. And the thing about it is that the reason why I actually think this might be better, unironically, is for one node, and it's not precise technique. It's actually this node right here. Now, if I feel like we need some more damage, we can maybe go Destroyer here, which should be fine early on, but this is going to be such a huge amount of damage that it's really hard to argue against it. Now, we have one problem here, and that's going to be accuracy. So early on, accuracy is going to be a little bit tough to grab. I just use life tap during leveling. We could use life tap, and that's fine, but it does reduce our damage by a pretty significant amount on a build that already struggles on single target. You lose onslaught and stuff though. Yes. So here's the thing, is that this way is going to be significantly more damage, right? We could get onslaught if we wanted to through graceful assault. How fucked is your sleep that you started earlier? I just woke up earlier. I went to bed earlier, woke up earlier. So here's the thing. This gets us more damage, right? We could get onslaught here if we wanted to. We can get phasing here if we wanted to. But the things that we give up here are quite a bit. You don't really lack damage though. On single target, you kind of do. But the other option here is we can go this way, meaning we can grab this accuracy. We can come down here. We can immediately rush over towards here, grab Hatchet Master, and grab Rage. This is going to make us move significantly faster, but it's going to make us do way less damage, right? Significantly less damage. But it also puts us closer towards Call to Arms, which is nice. It puts us closer towards Tribal Fury. It also puts us closer towards Inexorable, which is going to make it significantly easier. At the end of the day, I think this is probably the actual leveling path for like the guide. The two-hand wheel is good, but it's worse than this stuff initially. Like, I wouldn't get it before any of these things, but it would be next, right? So I think that this is probably the way that we do it in the guide, just because it's going to be a little bit better. But I have a feeling that potentially going immediately this way might be faster, just not as good. Because we could get Onslaught here if we wanted to, right? Like, we could get Onslaught here, we could get the Leech here, we could get this, right? But this provides us no mana leech, meaning we need to use a mana flask for quite a while, which is probably fine. When you swap to Boneshatter, that's another question. Also, Warcry AoE is stupid. I'm planning to use it with Enduring Cry. You can easily get the Enduring Cry buff to be up permanently. It allows you to scale buff effects with alt quality, so you can get the buff to double the Fizz DR from endurance charges. You're gonna try to do Enduring Cry as the offensive Warcry. Have we seen what the have we seen anything about the support gem yet? We've seen nothing. Also, this part here that says Warcry skills cooldown time is 4 seconds. Are you just going to be using multiple Warcries? Because I feel like on that build it would probably make sense to use multiple Warcries, right? No reason not to, yeah? Enduring and Ancestral with Red Blade Banner? That makes sense. So this is the way that I think it's gonna go. This is the way that I think that it's gonna go. Now, we are slightly lacking a little tiny bit of health here, but it's not a ton. But here's how I think it's actually gonna go. We're gonna go this way, gonna come through here. We're gonna grab this, we're gonna walk here, grab this, 40% increased damage, come this way, grab the accuracy. That's all the accuracy we'll need for the rest of the game, right? That's all the accuracy we'll need. Come down this way, immediately go towards Rage as well as Onslaught on kill. This provides us just a ton of movement speed. From here, we are level 30. At this point, we can go Boneshatter, right? At level 30, we can go Boneshatter, right? So what we can do last time when we were leveling, I went Undeniable first. However, I think that potentially we should be able to go Untiring first if we want to. We can go Untiring, we can go Tribal Fury, we can go Call to Arms, we can grab this life here, we can go Inexorable, right? Grab this, increase armor. This should enable Boneshatter. Just Inexorable by itself pretty much should enable Boneshatter. We won't have a ton of leech. If I need leech, if I feel like I have to have leech, I can take that leech node right there. But eventually, after that, we probably grab this attack speed. We probably don't go up here until very late game, right? It's probably not worthwhile to come up to Slaughter or Cleaving until pretty late. Most likely, we're going to be heading this way next. This puts us at 44. This is probably plenty of damage. It does kind of suck that we can't get Precise Technique, but I think that with all the stuff that we get, all the like convenience and things that we get from being on this side, that this is just going to be better, right? Like I kind of feel like this is going to be better. Now the question is how early we go for this Fortify Mastery, because I realized we don't actually need this Mana Mastery early on. Isn't the totem node at the bottom kind of mandatory? Not early on, but later, yes. Later on, you can get this. I think you probably anoint this, because a lot of these nodes before it are pretty useless. You can go this way if you want to. Like, Surveillance is okay. But Panopticon is the main one. Yo, what's up, going? Panopticon is the main one. So that's essentially where we're at. I think that's what it's going to be. Buffs last longer node is super nice. It's a mastery. Buffs from active ancestor totems linger for 3 seconds. Yeah, it's nice, but that's a lot of points to invest. This is with just Warcry nodes you want to pick anyways. That is a pretty massive AoE, yeah. I wonder how much it's going to do single target wise. Yeah, the thing about it is that it is a lot of points, but it would be a later thing, right? Like, we definitely would want this. Like, it's definitely good. 50% increased effective ancestor buffs is powerful. Surveillance is pretty good as well, right? It's 3% increased damage taken, as well as 50% increased effect of the buff. The active totems linger can be okay. But yeah, like, that's decent. Ironwood is way better. Do you really need totem survivability most of the time? Because, like, the thing about it is that when I tested this on an actual totem build, it did almost nothing. Like, realistically, the abilities that were going to kill it anyways just killed it. Like, they didn't stay alive. But I don't know. That was how I felt when I was playing an actual totem build. When I used this versus not using this, it didn't seem like it made them survive very much more. And it's only 2 button presses, right? And they're pretty fast button presses, so I don't know. Did Pee-wee fall off? A little bit from its hype, from its heyday, but not a ton. Want to flip a coin? No. Totems have much more tankiness. Did you not hear the part where I said I tested it on an actual totem build? Like, the last build that I played in this league was the Chieftain Strength Stack Totem build. And, yeah, the difference between having this node and not having this node did not do very much for their survivability, at least on bosses that I was fighting. Like, on the big Uber bosses that I was fighting, the abilities that killed the totems either way, right? And the abilities that didn't kill the totems with it, they didn't die any significantly faster either way. But that might have just been Shaper. You're building melee with a support, fortitude on hit fit into it. You talking about Fortify support? Yeah, so here's the thing. A lot of people have been using Fortify support. However, I actually think it might not be optimal. I don't know how to say your name, gamer, but appreciate you. I think it might not be optimal. Because I noticed on Pee Wee Ninja that there are some people running Impale, right? There are some people running Impale. No, you're good. I appreciate the input. Input's good. Some people are running Impale. It's only 32% and 72% of people are running Fortify. With Impale, you run Dreadbanner. You don't actually have to, but you can, right? And that's what I was thinking, is that you could run Dreadbanner instead of Warbanner. That frees up a little bit, but it's pretty interesting because I actually think it might be better. It's not significantly better, but it might be better. We're talking like maybe 5 to 10% better. Typical American. All right. Is that name Valentine? Valentine? Valentine, okay. Yeah, you were the one I was talking to. Amulet from Licia back. We don't know if that stuff is back yet. 5 points for Fortify seems like 1 or 2 too many points. Always feels bad picking that up when I do. So the thing about it is, right, is that I was looking at it and we want Fortify either way, yeah? We want Fortify either way. There's only 2 ways to realistically get it. It's either the Mastery here, or it's using the Fortify support. And the Fortify support's actually pretty bad. If you look at Fortify support, at level 20, with 20 quality, it is 10% increased attack damage and 19% more melee damage. That's it. That's all it does. So the problem here is that there are supports that are so much better. So is it worth giving up this over another support instead of just taking 5 points? And notably, it's not a ton of difference, but the 5 points that you get gives you 23 Fortify instead of 20. I did the math, and survivability wise and offensive wise, it seems slightly better. It's like 5 to 10% better. It's not a ton better. Like, you could probably go either or, it doesn't really matter, but you get a little bit more survivability because 3 more Fortify. You lose a tiny amount of health, and you gain damage. You gain like 5 to 10% damage. Will you go Precise Technique? Yeah, eventually. So this gets us to 44. I think this is the initial tree. I think this is what you initially go, right? And then after that, you go this way. You come through here, you grab this, you go there, you swap to this accuracy node, because we don't need crit, and the resistances are going to be better. We swap to that accuracy node. We can take these phasing nodes if we want to. We can take these life nodes if we want to. But then from here, we would go up and fill in this. We would fill in some life nodes, fill in life nodes if we want, fill in life nodes if we want to, take the aura nodes if we need to. Probably around here is when we take the Fortify nodes. How does Fortify work? Does +1, what does +1 do? So the way that Fortify works is that it's a, per Fortify stack that you have, it's 1% less damage taken from hits. So the idea is that normally your Fortify maxes at 20%, meaning you take 20% just like less damage from hits, just overall less damage from hits. With 23, you would take 23% less damage from hits. Without testing, checking, I always felt like it was a close call. Yeah, when I did the math, it's like ever so slightly better to take Impale support. Onslaught on Kill is good for League Start. Well, we have Onslaught on Kill from Hatchet Master. That's actually one of the main drivers towards going this way instead of this way, is the fact that we can get Hatchet Master and Rage. Slayer angle, I think Slayer's just worse. Like, I did a little bit of looking last night at Slayer, and it seems fine. It's just, I don't know, it doesn't seem as consistent. How do you get Fortify stacks? It's through the Mastery. So you're gonna take these points through here, you'll grab Steadfast, and then you're gonna take this Mastery that says melee hits Fortify and -3 to maximum fortification. So you're redoing the jug? Yeah, so we have knowledge now, right? The thing about it is that I didn't have any knowledge about how this build worked, right? I literally had zero, no clue. Now I've played it, now I know a little bit more. Now I understand it a little bit more. So we can potentially refine this a little bit. I might need to do this one more time after I test this through, because the thing about it is that this is one of the builds that I think is going to be the guide. So I need to get this right. So I think this is where we're going to go. I think it's going to go this way, grab the rage stuff, grab the strike stuff, grab an exorable and call to arms, and then head this way. That's probably what we're going to do. So I think I can delete this character now. One other thing that I need to find room for... is is vengeance linked to rage.
Do you think you are savage enough to face the land of
I don't know where I'm gonna put this. Big jugs. So keep in mind, I'm gonna have to take a short break. Where's the best place that I can put this? I don't know where to put this. Put it there, but then it's in my view. I don't want it to be in my view. Probably right there actually is best. All right, so I'm gonna have to take a short break. Let me test this. Okay, so I need to know how to pause it. Let me see. Pause. Why is that not working then? The pause button is not working. That just resets it. Hey, what's up, Empty? Why is that not working? Because like I have it set to... Oh, wait. Oh, it's because it's... There, now it should work, right? Okay. Pause, restart, pause, restart. Okay. Alright, I think it's good now. So that way we can like pause in between. I just need to get this right here. It's fortifying clusters, but for maces, to give him an axe mastery for that. Not worth it. Yeah, axe clusters are just kind of good. What's up, Sheik? So we had no real anything having to do with this build at all. Slayer is fine, people are just bad at building it. I don't think it's particularly that. I think the problem is the inconsistency. I think for like more skilled players, sure, but that's not really what I'm making the build guide for, right? I'm not making it for like super skilled players. All right, so let's go. Oh shit. Well, it's Tripo's guide, right? And a lot of people said that it wasn't really super great.
Should remember their place.
Did you see that zombie just like spinning around there? So this time around we will go, what's it called? Not auto equip? Yeah, true. Tai Tai is in Act 3 already. Unlucky, dude. And look at this heavy strike. Damn, dude. I always forget how hard Hillock hits sometimes. Have you ever been tempted to pick up the armor and evasion cluster below Volpact? Not on this build, I don't think, because we're going to be going the other one. Like, yeah, it gives effective onslaught, but if I wanted effective onslaught, there's also like an axe mastery that gives effective onslaught, so I don't think it's super necessary. Who won the ExileCon race? I think it was Tai 23, right? talking to these people. Alright, so use Ground Slam or Molten Strike? We'll probably use Ground Slam early on. Okay, and then we can sell all of this stuff. Need to try to purchase a 2-hand. Ground Slam is Axe Mace. Okay, 2 to 4 physical damage. That's actually pretty good. Okay, use this. Medium Mana Flask is actually okay.
Stay sharp.
Damn, that didn't get me enough. Oh yeah, I need to sell Heavy Strike too. Okay, so that's 3. I can buy if there's a good Rustic Sash. There isn't, so I'll probably just buy an Iron Ring. Okay.
God hasn't abandoned us.
Is there any chance that they'll stop the Stunlock in PoE 2? Stunlock is something that you kind of have to like get stuff on the tree or gear or things like that that can stop it. You shouldn't really be getting Stunlocked ever in PoE 1 because if you don't have any other way to deal with stun, you should be taking the God Power that prevents you from being Stunlocked. So either way, it shouldn't be the case in PoE 1. Like you can take the God Power that makes it so that you can't be stunned for 2 seconds after being stunned. Probably what you should be doing. What's up, QZ? You have a good way to scale AoE clear in general? Yes, Boneshatter itself just scales AoE insanely well. Like, Boneshatter does not need any help with clear. The thing that Boneshatter has to scale is single target. Boneshatter's clear is nuts, dude. Like, it's actually disgusting. Filthy. Probably the best part about it is just that it's like almost screen-wide clear with very little investment, right? You take like 1 strike wheel and use Ancestral Warcry and you're just clearing like the entire screen every attack. All right, this is actually a pretty bad situation here. Okay, I think we're okay now. I need to clear these out though. I'm missing a lot. I can grab some of this stuff just to vendor as well, right? Oh shit. Just have to look at it more on PS. It seems like it gets stunned in a lag. Yeah, it's something that you have to it's something that you have to get. It's like a thing that you have to take.
Welcome.
Yeah. You can't just like immediately be immune at all times, you know? You have to actually slot the point in. Is Bone Zone good for all 4 Void Stones? It should be. That's basically what we're going to be testing now. For all 4, I mean, it really is going to depend on you as a player. Like, Boneshatter can obviously do... damn, I'm getting Stunlock, extra cold damage, and exposure. Boneshatter can obviously do all those things because there's plenty of people who do it. I'm getting Roa'd, dude. Holy, stop. Yeah. But depends on whether or not you can do the Maven and Uber Elder and all those other things. I think you can easily do Exarch and Eater, like no problem. But depends on how well you can do those fights. Man, do I love Roas. Look at these. All right, we're 4. That's all we care about. I go into my passive tree for 1 second and just 10 Roas are gangbanging me instantly. Instant gangbang, dude. Yo, leave me alone, brother. Any innovation on Boneshatter Jug? So one thing is that it doesn't really seem like Fortify support's that good. Is at least the one thing that I've noticed. I think it might be Impale support. Because when I was looking at most people, they were running Fortify. It's like 70% of people are running Fortify support or something like that. But you can drop like a couple damage nodes, swap to Impale, and just take the Fortify nodes, and it seems to be more damage and more defenses, so... Do I grab any other skills here right now? Probably not. Yeah, we gotta see how the new Chieftain Strike stuff works, like if Toa's Chosen got reworked, because it looks like it did, because it's got new graphics. But if that ability didn't get reworked, strikes on the Chieftain are probably gonna be pretty bad. Keep volleying axes until you hit the fortify implicit. Yeah, surely that will work, dude. First Quicksilver went. Oh yeah, sorry. I'm rusty, boys. Forgot that I hit level 4. That's the whole reason that you even want to hit level 4 in the previous zone. Ooh. Might not kill those blues. This might be annoying. Okay. Yep, I'm probably just dead. There's nothing I can do about it. Yep. PoE'd. Full surround. Feels bad, man. Are you testing Boneshatter before patch notes? Because I have never played this build before. And it doesn't really make sense to try to spend like 3 days testing something that needs a lot more time than that. Why didn't you have phasing? Yeah, let me get the level 4 phasing, dude. Easy. Alright, can I just get past this now? Very good. Damn, how bad is my accuracy? 80% chance to hit already? I'm level 5. Huh? I'm level 5, dude. Why do I have 80% accuracy? That's garbage. What? What's up, dude? But yeah, the thing about it is that like there's no reason to not at least attempt to learn the build, right? Nothing has drastically changed about Boneshatter in basically forever. So the most that I could ever see anything changing is some like slight differences in numbers. So all the testing that I do here is going to be relatively similar to what's going to be on live. It's just, you never know if there's going to be a random big nerf. And if there is a, Jesus Christ, dude, what the Okay, dude, just get instant one shot. You never really know until patch notes, but what the? Oh, they have a diamond shrine. Okay, that makes sense. I was like, why am I getting instantly killed? I was just getting like, there was this grinning totem plus a bunch of archers were like one-shotting me with a diamond shrine, dude. I was like, why am I taking so much damage? Fucking PoE, dude. Every time. Yeah, patch notes are next Thursday in the US. Alright, we're level 6. We just need to hit what? I think it's 8 by the time we're at the prison. What's the way to scale damage later? By hitting ourselves harder, essentially. We're going to want to stack as much trauma as we can. Why don't you make a duelist and get steal skills? Steal skills got nerfed early on pretty hard this last patch. They feel pretty not great. Very, very early. And we can't like get the damage carry that we would on a duelist. And on top of that, we're going to be going Sunder soon, which feels fine. It's just early on, Ground Slam feels a little rough, but it's mostly because of our accuracy that it feels rough right now. There's nothing we can really do about that. You can try Perforate. I don't know, I think Ground Slam feels fine. I don't think there's really anything wrong with it. Like, this feels pretty good to me. As long as you, like, position it properly, it seems fine. I can see if you're not like positioning the mobs around properly and trying to get like proper overlap and stuff that it could be bad, but seems fine to me. Keep in mind, I will never choose my starter out of before we have patch notes. So I don't know that I'd ever play this. Physically resistant. These motherfuckers. I don't know that I would play this either way though. Melee Omega Lol. So yeah. You hear Goob's alarm going off. Yeah, I don't know that I would care to play Boneshatter myself. I'm testing it for a guide, essentially. Okay. We do need accuracy. I'll probably go accuracy now. Most likely the play. Level 8 ledge. Oh, am I level 8? Well, I did get a bunch of blue mobs, so it's not too bad. Also, I don't go for like speedrunning strats most of the time. I just kind of do whatever feels good at the moment. I think I can get a movement skill, yeah? You can get like dash or something right now. Equate Totem, Molten Shell. Alright, we want Ancestral Protector for sure. This gun's okay.
Still alive.
I didn't find any weapons. 3 link with added fizz damage. Okay, dude. Okay, dude. Let's see. I could probably use Chance to Bleed or something. Another 3 link, but it's a chest piece. I don't really want a chest piece. Okay, dude.
Stay sharp.
Okay, dude.
Yes.
I need Chance to Bleed, right? Yeah, Chance to Bleed's probably the best red.
Well.
Oh, I needed a movement skill. Do I not get a movement skill here?
Hello.
I can't use it because I'm not dexterous or smart enough. Rip.
Take care.
And there's no way that I can get... Well, I could get the stats pretty soon. I need a green link. Just grab dash for now. Just need a green link. I'll equip something. Next level I should have it. First is a keystone on the updated Atlas tree. What do you think it'll be? I have no idea. Probably something terrible. What is my button layout? Probably something terrible if I had to guess. Harvest can't be good, dude. Sorry. Not allowed. Is this another... What shrine is it? Was that a brutal shrine? Is that what that was? Why do I keep running into like the worst shrines, dude? Whatever it was annihilated me. Yup, brutal shrine. Nice, dude. That's the second shrine in 2 zones that has just been miserably bad, and it's just surrounded by a bunch of ranged mobs that one-shot me. I mean, we'll have to see if there's anything new melee-wise. I didn't really see them say anything about like new melee support type stuff, so I kind of doubt it. Well, technically I can't really have a melee skill yet, or a movement skill yet. I have it, but I can't really use it. Jesus. Leave me be, you cretins. God damn, dude. Is it dash level 4? Yeah, but I can't use it. I don't have enough dexterity. I need 1 more level.
Slave is not a man.
I need 1 more level.
Worthy of death.
Oh my god, dude. Leave me be. Full surround. Yep. Hey, get your spectral shield throw out of here, dude. Yeah, Yeah, I'm too clumsy. Not dexterous enough. When you get Leap Slam, I think Leap Slam's 10. Yeah, I think it's 10, which is the quest for killing Brutus, I'm pretty sure. Am I gonna die here? I only have 1 life flask. I just barely made it. Okay, I leveled, nice. Alright, so we can do this. Now I can slot dash if I had a green socket. Yep. I could put that chainmail on. But that's gonna lower my movement speed. I'm able to use this. Ooh, those are even good too. Alright, there we go. Easy. Okay. Oh, leave me alone, dude. Let me through. Holy. Would it be possible to make this build using staves? I don't think Boneshatter can use a staff, right? Can it? I don't know. Maybe it can. If it could, then yeah, but I don't know that it would be better. Almost unethical? True, dude. But I don't know that staff would be better. It is a staff after all. Jesus, dude. I guess I haven't taken life nodes yet, because I went the dexterity nodes instead, that I could hit. Mace, scepter, axe, or staff. Yeah, I mean, staff would work, I just don't think it would be as good. There's not as much reason to do it. RPGs hitting melee builds. It's kind of a symptom of ARPGs. It's not really like that they hate them. It's just kind of a symptom. The problem is mainly that it's really hard to properly balance melee and range, and no one's really figured out exactly how to do it. I think the answer is kind of close to what Kiwi 2 is attempting to do, but I don't think they've actually solved it there. I don't think that's the fix. What's your chance to hit? As high as it can be. It's 100 now. That's why I went those, the accuracy nodes. Because it was like 80% before or something horrible. Alright. Brutus is gonna wreck me. Well, the thing about it is that melee, you can't give melee too much damage because then it's just like outclassing range at all times, right? The problem is there's this like balance you need to strike, because if you give melee more damage, that means that melee is better, right? And you don't necessarily just want melee to be just straight better. So then you need to make mechanics where melee is in more danger, right? But if you make too many mechanics where melee is in more danger, then melee is just bad in general and it's hard to be good, right? So it's like, and then sometimes those melee, you know, like changes make it harder for ranged people to play as well. So it's like, it's just kind of, you know, it's not a simple fix. I think that melee needs mechanical changes to be able to feel good, is the problem.
Let me embrace you.
Okay. Drop that. Uber bosses are so mobile that uptime has got to be super low for melee builds. Yeah, it's very low a lot of the time. Alright. Brutus is pretty easy if you have a totem, to be honest, because he kind of attacks the totem most of the time. Alright, we'll grab Leap Slam. Let's see. Identify that and this. It's decent. That's definitely good. Leap Slam. I kind of want a blue, or I kind of want a red-green link. Is there a red-green link? That, but it's an armor scrap. Red-green. Red-green-green. Okay, we'll do that. And then I can move dash here. Momentum, Leap Slam. Those we'll swap back to these when we have the ability to. I don't really have a lot of options for identifying stuff yet, so we'll just do that for now. Red green helmet with links. Doesn't look like it.
Sharp out there.
Alright, faster attacks, melee splash, added fire, life tab. I could go life tab. Faster attacks is probably good as well. Probably hold on to that. Alright. Brutus is practically an uber boss at League start. For some people, yeah. It depends on your build. I think that for the most part, he's not too bad. If you don't prep for him and you don't have like abilities that work for Brutus, he can be very rough. But I think with proper abilities, he's not that bad. Like as a bow build, you kind of want to just like kite him with puncture. As a spell build, you want something that'll slow him a little bit if you can help it. As a melee build, you just want an ancestral totem, and he's a piece of cake because he'll just attack the totem the entire time. So yeah, it's not too bad. Oop. What is bad is this group of enemies. That's a super spooky group of enemies. I'm gonna get away from that. I agree, dude. It did feel pretty much completely mandatory to have some kind of unstoppable skill in D4, like unironically, because there was just so much stuff that just was such a pain. That was one of the reasons that I actually liked the druid so much, is because you could just have the barrier, which was up constantly, that made you, you know, not stunnable. Because without that, it felt terrible, like horrific. Because you could just get stun locked. And the thing about being stunned in Diablo 4 is that when you're stunned in Diablo 4, you can't do anything, including potions. There's nothing that you can do at all. You're just kind of screwed. Which bind did you put on Leap Slam? It's on W. It is on W. I guess I could do this. I found him. I found him. Well, we'll see if we find the cave. He is glowy as hell, dude. Holy.
I cannot do this yet.
Yo, leave me alone, Mr. Supernova. Get out of here, dude. Following me to the ends of the earth, dude. Freeze? Oh. This guy is still following me. Look at this demon, dude. He's literally following me through the entire zone. Alright, we didn't find it, so it is what it is. Alright, so now we grab Sunder. Okay, there's Sunder. Need one more level. Probably want to hit 12 before we fight. What's her name? I haven't found any sapphire rings, so that fight's gonna be a little tedious, a little annoying. I kind of have to do that. Physically resistant, of course. But yeah, it was pretty rough anytime you didn't have a unstoppable skill in D4. I felt naked whenever I didn't have an unstoppable skill going. I played the druid, and pretty much only the druid. I didn't end up enjoying anything else. Like, I tried playing a couple of the other classes later on, but I actually just deleted them and stopped playing. 'Cause I wanted to see, right? But I don't know. The game itself just didn't end up fun for me. And it's funny how... It's funny how so many people, it just took them longer to realize that. I guess people have a higher tolerance for bullshit than I do, and Diablo 4 just felt like a lot of bullshit and not very much good in the background. Alright, there we go. We are 12. Yo, get out of my way. Okay. Alright, now we should be good, yeah? Struggling back to PoE a few days ago. I'm struggling bad in Act 1 when I play. Oof. It's rough, dude. Yeah, I mean, I bought D4 with my BNet balance that I got from playing WoW, so I don't feel too bad about it. But yeah. I can imagine... God. I can imagine that people who spent like actual real money on it probably felt pretty bad. Probably felt pretty bad. I wouldn't say that Diablo 4 is that bad. I think it's just... I think it should have been more, right? Like, it almost feels like they shouldn't have forced it out when they forced it out. Like, I don't know why they didn't just wait until the holiday season. It was kind of weird, because it absolutely could have used 6 more months in the oven, right? Like, I feel like it would have been so substantially better with just a little tiny bit more. It's very weird they didn't decide to do that. You know? Super strange to me. Another dead end. Yeah, I think it's got a good framework. I think there's a good base game there. It's just they haven't done anything with it. They'd have to refund pre-orders if it was released after that fiscal quarter. If that's actually the reason, that's kind of sad. They should have thought about that a little bit better. Alright. We never found any cold resist, no sapphire rings, and I didn't craft one. So we're going in raw. Yeah, the thing about it is that, like, I still think it was financially successful for sure, but it's definitely not living up to whatever hype that it was meant to have, right? Like, it's definitely not doing that. Why are you in that hole, dude? I can't... Get out of there. Hello? Mervale, what are you doing? Okay, thank you. Jesus. Streaming, by the way. Huh? I'm just saying, because you just... Yeah. Hey, go ahead. Okay.
You don't want to see me?
No, I don't care. I'm just keeping track of how long it's taking, since I'm gonna have to take breaks and stuff. You can do whatever you want, I don't care. Why does that bastard sword have 3 blues? Yeah, I'm gonna have to take a break here in just a moment. We'll pause the timer and all that good stuff. Liz axed 4 of the lead people responsible for season 1. Really? That seems kind of strange that they would axe them. I mean, they probably had like an insurmountable task in front of them. Like, ah yes, get a big season 1 thing together, but I don't know. I mean, it seems kind of strange. Do you think they just got rid of them just to get rid of them to like appease people? That seems weird to me. That's so vicious. Oh, you think they quit? That makes more sense.
I cannot carry this.
That would make more sense if they quit.
What?
All right, we gotta start identifying stuff if we can. We really can't, honestly. That is better, I think. Yeah, that's definitely better. These gloves are better, but need more green links. Don't think we can identify stuff still. As much as I would like to, these gloves are good, so I think identifying more gloves doesn't make much sense. Ability switch to Boneshatter. So that's what we're trying to figure out right now. I'm gonna try again to switch to Boneshatter at like around 28. I don't know that it'll happen exactly then, because Sunder's actually fine. Like, there's nothing wrong with Sunder. We may try to swap at like maybe 30 something. Maybe we'll get like first lab and try something a little different this time. One Blizz manager quit a few months back because he was pressured by his management to give a certain percentage of his workforce poor performance reviews. What the fuck, dude? I don't know, man. I feel like working for a big soulless corporation like that's gotta feel pretty bad. I don't know that I could do it. Because, like, if your team busted their ass, right, and then you had to give them all poor performance reviews, citing that they just didn't do well enough, but you know that they busted their ass, so that, like, you don't have to give them, like, a good enough raise or whatever, it's like... I personally think the whole culture behind raises is such shit. I genuinely don't understand it. It seems like such short-sighted garbage. Because here's the thing, so many times companies are just unwilling to give raises out pretty much ever, right? And in my mind, it's like, if you just pay the people properly and raise the amount of money that they're getting, if they're performing well enough to, like, you know, match market at the very least, maybe they'll do a little bit better. But instead, it's like, well, now we'll just hire somebody else and pay them what you should have paid the first person and spend all the time training them and go for the risk of them even fitting in the work culture and everything else. It's like, I don't know, man. It seems kind of weird to me. That's the reason why, if you want to make more money, you find a new job. You don't try to get a raise. Getting a raise most of the time is worthless. Yeah, but the ROI on hiring new people is so bad. Especially for very specific, important jobs like that. Like, anytime you have to hire a new person, it's such a big expense. Let me know when you're ready to go. Why did I go that way? I know how this place is laid out, and I didn't do it. 150%, pretty much the only way to get promoted is to shop around? Yeah. Pretty much. Okay. Yeah, as someone who has, like, done hiring and done management and things like that, it never really made sense to me, because especially when you're hiring for, like, a spot that is important, a spot that is, like, difficult to hire for, it's like, any time that I ever had to hire somebody new, it felt like our production just got so much lower for so much longer. Like, our ability to actually perform was so much lower, and I'm paying this person more. And a lot of the time, they don't even work out, right? Like, they're not even a good fit after however many months, right? I don't know. Getting stun locked by lightning. Got one team member they refuse to give a raise to because he has been here 15 years and no raise, no attrition risk, they say. Yeah, I don't know. It just, so many times it doesn't make sense to me. Because it's like, the reason that people leave in the first place is because they don't get paid more. Yeah, it's like, so many times that ended up happening. It's like, you know, I would like to pay somebody a little bit more, and then all of a sudden they're like, well, here's my 2 weeks, and it's like, we're 3 weeks out from a project. Not my problem, and it wasn't their problem. Not any longer.
Line between consideration and hesitation. The former is wisdom, the latter is fear.
Like, I respect it. It sucks, but I respect it, you know? Company's not gonna pay you what you're worth. Go find someone that will. Sunder actually feels really good. Feels quite good. It's just big and chunky. It's too bad that it's a slam and it'll feel terrible later on. Feels bad, man. The thing that sucks about Sunder is that this is the best that's ever gonna feel, pretty much. Like, it's never actually gonna feel any better than this. Iron scale boots and a poleaxe. Can't use them yet, but they'll be okay. Physical damage, attack speed, open prefix? Open prefix. Okay, that'll be the next weapon. I think I can craft Fizz by then, yeah? I don't think that you should play Sunder as like a main skill for sure. Seismic Cry? Definitely don't think you should be playing it as a main skill. Damn, I really don't have... Gonna have to sell at least a few of these. I don't like doing it, but it is what it is. 17 to 51, but it doesn't have the link. I need to find a 3 red link on like a helmet or something. Life cold, damn. An amulet is okay. It's better than not wearing an amulet, so that's good. Great. Can I find a 3 red link? Not a 3 red link. Nope.
Return if you must.
You can play everything with string stacking? Yeah, I mean you could, but... String stacking, it's kind of something that I liked playing on the Chieftain, and that's no longer a thing, so. Sunder's good early, it's fine, but it doesn't really scale much better than what you're seeing right now, right? Like, you can make it attack a little bit faster, but it's not really going to scale significantly better. You basically just run through, have a whole bunch of enemies behind you, and then you one-shot them like that. That's pretty much the gameplay for the entire time you use it. It doesn't really get significantly better than that, which is fine, honestly. I mean, like, it hits hard enough. It's doing the job of what a slam is supposed to do. Problem is that once you get into much higher tier content, that slow of an attack and that little coverage in the amount of time that it takes is just not worth. Also suffers a little bit in single target. So does everything when it comes to slams and melee. Hullpalm Zerker scale's okay? Sure. Okay, 24 to 36. Definitely an upgrade. But I don't have the links once again. Yeah, okay. Do not have the links once again. Go on her. Really just looking for a red linked helmet. Did you ever find if you can gift on Patreon? Gift. You mean like gift subscriptions and stuff? I don't think so. I don't think that's the way that it works, unfortunately. Because like, who would you gift it to? It's not like Twitch chat where there's just like random people watching that can like receive a gifted sub, you know? Donation kind of stuff. I mean, I have like a donation thing underneath the stream, but you leveling with Sunder? Yeah, we're staying on Sunder until Boneshatter, which should be around probably like 30 something. Not exactly sure when we want to swap, but around then. Sunder feels pretty good for specifically the early leveling, right? It just, like I said, it just starts to fall off later. You've no mines can apply Crimson Dance. I have no idea. That is such a weird, like, archaic combination of effects. That's probably something that you're going to have to figure out yourself. Thanks for the 82 bitty boys, appreciate you. Aw, dead end. Trip. How does League Start testing work? Don't you need to be on a PvE version with the changes? So you can make approximations, you can do estimations, right? So the thing about it is that essentially what we're doing right now is we are getting up to speed. I've never played Boneshatter before the last couple of days, so we are catching up to speed with people who have played Boneshatter, essentially, right? So I can do 95% of the work in making a POB and putting it together for Boneshatter. And then when the patch notes come out, if Boneshatter gets 0 changes, then boom, the POB's done, right? If it gets minor changes, then you address those minor changes. If it gets nerfed into the ground, you just don't release the POB, but you are prepared for the case that it does. Because the thing about it is that most of, like, even if they did a pretty drastic change, like, damage-wise, it probably won't change the way it feels for most of leveling, right? Like, it's gonna be the same. And if anything, I don't think Boneshatter of all abilities is going to get like massively nerfed. But we're gonna be testing like 5, 6, 7 different things, so it should be fine. Like if Boneshatter gets nerfed, I doubt all of the builds that I choose will get so nerfed that you can't do anything to it. Hope they nuke poison minions. We're gonna be messing with poison SRS. That will be one of the builds that we do try out. It's unlocked. What nerfs do you expect? I don't know that Heat Shiver will make it another patch, but I don't expect a ton of nerfs. Heat Shiver's kind of been on the chopping block for a decent amount of time now. You ready? Okay. Alright, chat, we'll be right back. I'm taking Goob to work, and then I will be back. Okay, dude. Alright, be right back, boys. Can't hear you, what? Did the wrong thing. Alright boys, we're back. We are back. Marauder have access to Spectral Helix. Spectral Helix got nerfed into the ground. It's not really good anymore. Alright. And we unpause. Alright, what are we doing? Did I kill Alira? I can't remember. I think I was in the Western Forest. I think I did the quest at the bottom left. But I did not kill Alira, and I don't think I did the other thing. So many League Start candidates. I don't know, we'll see. The Warcry stuff looks interesting. I'm curious if it can be a single target ability. There's a chance that the Warcry stuff just doesn't work for single target at all, and then it's like, well, what do you do? Because you can only stack Corrupting Blood so many times, right? Like, can you actually make it do good damage? I don't know. I don't need the Bone Spear. Bone Spirit Shield doesn't do very much for me. Is this the usual early act pace for this build? Roughly. I don't have any like crazy gear or anything. Kinetic Bolt Trickster. Are you gonna be doing the trap or whatever it is, or the mine, I guess it is? What is with this group of spiders? You notice this group of spiders is always here? Like this just giant group of Einhar spiders. I guess I can grab that. I'm not really super focused on it. I just didn't really know pretty much anything about the build. So I kind of feel like I need to do 2 of them. All right, I need to just go back in Thunder. Self-attack because I'm feeling based. Brew. Big difference between Slayer and the Jug one. Juggernaut's just gonna be a little bit more consistent. Yeah, I'm getting a lot of random good jewelry. Or not jewelry, but random good items. I want to swap that, but I need a better helmet. Or I need this to be... I can put this literally anywhere else. Yo, what's up, Tanya Uncensored?
Danny
What's up, gamers?
Uncensored is rating with 131 invaders.
What's up, boy, oh boy, oh boys? You're coming into a very slow second run of Juggernaut. What's up, boys? I know, Champ? Why would you go Champ Boneshatter? Okay, that doesn't seem like a good idea. Yo. We're in Act 2. We're gaming. Alright, give me my points. Alright, let's see here. So I think we are gonna go bot left. Really wish I had a helmet with correct links though.
Hello.
I think we end up using that instead either way, right? So I just sell this. Yes. I don't think I'll ever need those. I don't think I'm ever gonna use that. Alright, let's go.
Return if you must.
Slow attacks, true. Yeah, we're currently doing a second test playthrough right now of Boneshatter. The first time that we went through was pretty mediocre because I've literally never played Boneshatter and it's been forever since I've played a slam or a strike build. So it was pretty mid first time through, but we have some good knowledge now. How long have you been playing PoE? Since beta? I don't have my oldest account because I lost it thanks to my grandmother canceling my childhood email randomly. But I do have one thing that I can show. Where is it? Where's my... Come on, I'm trying not to die here, dude. Yeah, I lost my first account, unfortunately. But I do have the Regal Roa pet from like the initial first ever supporter pack. I can also turn my weapon into a big shiny dildo. Where is it? Come on, dude, I can't multitask like this. Where's my regal weapon effect? There it is. Big shiny dildo. Yeah, I've played it for probably too long. Volker's guidance, you only to poison with lightning while using a wand. God, that's such a specific archaic set of circumstances that I have no idea. Poison with lightning while using a wand. Potentially. Alright, this way. What are we looking like? What are we looking like accuracy-wise? Pretty bad. Alright. Oh, is this your first time playing PoE or something like that? Did you see the big PoE 2 announcement and now you're checking it out? Well, the stuff that you saw PoE 2-wise compared to what you're seeing here is relatively different. Any pro tips for noobs? Oof. That's probably too hard of a question to answer if I'm gonna be honest with you. My biggest thing is most likely that you should follow a build guide. Don't try to do stuff yourself, you're just going to be disappointed. And beyond that, just try to have fun with it, but do follow a build guide. Oh yeah, don't play melee. True. Do not play melee. Absolutely not. Whoa, dude. Yo, I am not healing at all. I need better potions, apparently. Better flasks. Coming from the guy playing melee? Yeah, don't play melee, dude. Trust me. Learn from my mistakes. Why am I not healing right now? Feels like suddenly I just stopped being able to heal. I don't know why. Yeah, the thing about PoE is there's plenty of people who have played this game for like 500 hours and they're still bad at it. It's one of those weird games where you can get good very quickly if you're willing to just soak in all of the knowledge possible for this game. But if you just kind of throw yourself in there and don't do any research and just try to play, I don't think that you'll get too good too quickly, because it really is a knowledge-based game. It really is a knowledge-based game. What settings and renders do you use? I pretty much always play on the lowest settings possible just so I can have FPS in bad situations, because even with like the highest tier graphics, this game doesn't really look great, so I don't really care that much. I'm on DirectX 12 though. The latest patch has kind of screwed things up. So yeah, wait, what did I just miss? Oh, chromatic orb. Ah, I've seen it this entire time. I was just trolling. Does rage generation work on this guy once you get into the maps? Yeah, so you're gonna generate rage through the axe mastery, as well as you can use like a vengeance proc with rage linked to it. Other than that, you can do stunning enemies with Warlord's Mark on them. But you're really pretty much only using, like, you're only like depleting your rage ever on a boss with Berserk, so. Yeah, I kind of agree. Take care, Tanya. So I kind of agree. One thing that I had to learn when you're talking about like the PoE eyes thing, where you're not really focusing on any one thing, is I used to play dancing games a lot, right? And one interesting thing about dancing games and like arrows going in front of your eyes on the screen is that you're not really supposed to look at each individual arrow. You kind of just look in the middle of the screen and like use your peripheral vision to watch the stuff go by. And it's sort of similar with PoE. Like, you're never really supposed to be looking directly at your character at all time. You're kind of just supposed to be like, I kind of focus my eyes more on the mini-map, and I kind of just like let everything glaze over a little bit. Yo, get away from me, demon. Sunder feels okay though. I'm not minding Sunder. But how much are you gonna follow me, Einhar? Huh? Eventually we'll do his quest. One of these days. Or I can just keep using him as backup and have him just be in every zone. Free DPS. Is this the wrong way? Yeah. Oh, so I drove Goop to work, right? We only have one car at the moment, so it's better if I just have like access to it while she's at work. And I swear, I live in coastal Florida, right? So coastal Florida, Florida man. And my town is getting pretty overwhelmed because like my town is in the middle of like multiple larger towns, and the main road like goes directly through the middle of it, right? Because I'm in coastal Florida. So US 1, like the big road that goes down Florida, goes right through my town. And unfortunately, that means that because I have a bunch of big cities around me, I have like all of the worst drivers imaginable because it's Florida and people drive like absolute fucking maniacs in Florida. And yeah, so I witnessed, I drove for what, 15 minutes, right? I was gone like 15 minutes. I witnessed like, I think 5 near accidents in those 15 minutes. And they were like really close too, like unbelievably close. And it's insane, dude. Like, you know, going like 45 down the road and someone will just pull out in front of you and go 10 immediately. And like, you have almost no time to stop, and they just pull out. They don't give a fuck. They're just like, well, I hope everybody else is ready for me, and just fucking veer right out into the road, dude. Everyone says their drivers are the worst. I've driven in many different places, and Florida is probably the second worst that I've ever driven in. So yeah. Florida's pretty bad. No one ever uses turn signals. People don't give a fuck ever about anything. They kind of drive as if no one else is on the road. But yeah, the Northeast in some of those areas is the one place that I will agree is significantly better, or significantly worse. But Florida's pretty fucking rough. Like, I've driven in Miami and that was hell on earth. Need Elon to hurry up with self-driving? I don't know. I'd like having trains. Trains would be pretty cool. I would much so prefer just having like adequate trains before I care enough about self-driving. Like, self-driving is definitely going to be good and it'll be useful. But yeah, I would just like trains to actually be, you know, like a prominent thing in the US, but I doubt that'll ever happen. So slow, dude. You'd have to walk 10 minutes to get where you're going? Yeah, or I could, you know, like drive for however long and then park and have to deal with all that bullshit. Or I could just get on a train, and however long it took, right? However long amount of time it took, I could just sit there. I don't have to do anything. The train drives for me. I could just chill. I could just chill, you know? It'd be nice. People always want personal vehicles. Trains don't work in big countries. Do you think, I mean, aren't you an engineer? Like, how would you say that trains don't work in comparison to personal vehicles? That seems like you're being willfully ignorant when we're talking about moving large amounts of people. Like, public transportation in general is just so significantly more efficient. Have you seen those pictures of some of the highways in China that are like 15 lanes wide and they still just have completely backed up traffic? I don't know, man. Trains much more seem like the answer. How's Boneshatter Jug going? Oh, pretty well. Because, yeah, like, trains are so much more efficient at moving people than vehicles will ever be. And yeah, public transport is a service. It's not like a business. It's like the people who were complaining that that USPS lost money, and it's like, yeah, because it's a service, dude. It's not meant to make money. We pay for it because it provides us a service. Whoa, I'm dead. Yep. I was already in the middle of an attack, and he was charging up his thing. Yeah, instant death. Was good, man. Stop. The downside of having a slow-ass attack. But yeah, it's like USPS is a service, and they go to places just because, you know, they want to make sure everybody gets mail, compared to like FedEx or the Amazon or UPS being like, well, we just don't deliver there, sorry. It doesn't make us money. It's like, oh, well, I guess screw those people then. You know? Single target bad. Just slam things. I need a different weapon. I haven't swapped my weapon in a while. But my link is in it, and I haven't found any other links. This is pretty bad. Come on. So your opinion on Flicker Strike? Kind of a meme build. Like, it's doable, but I wouldn't play it for League Start, and it's definitely kind of a meme build. I know auras. I haven't really been any auras that I really super care about right now. I should go grab Blood and Sand. I can do that. But that's about the only aura that really matters at the moment. I'd rather just kind of have a larger mana pool. But Blood and Sand is okay. That's fine. Banner? Ah, yes, banner. I also am kind of limited on slots. Like, as you can see, I don't have very many open slots here, but banner could be okay. Let's see, helmet with red slots. I'm ideally looking for a 3-link red helmet, but it's not presenting itself to me. I guess I could grab war banner.
Hello.
War banner. Yeah, I don't have a lot of slots at the moment. Okay, I'd like to wear that, but it has no movement speed. Okay, let's see if we can get something like a 3-link red helmet would be ideal so I can swap my weapon. Or 3-link red anything, to be honest with you. Almost linked.
Return.
Yeah, I haven't found any good linked helmets, or any good helmets in general, actually. Is there something I can swap out? I can maybe drop Steel Skin. I can maybe drop Steel Skin. Good Chinese trains, most of the lines are basically running empty most of the time. Aside from major lines, will always be busy. Trains are always way more expensive to operate instead of having small numbers of people take a bus. That's fine. I'm more so just talking about, like, in the US, in Florida, like, there isn't even a legitimate train system to go from, like the top of the panhandle to the bottom of the panhandle. They're just now making it, right? In 2023, we're just now getting a train that can even go across the entire state of Florida. And Florida's massive, right? So it's like, yeah, I'm not talking about, like, moving in, like, little interpersonal areas, but, like, just the fact that we just straight up just don't even have a train to go long distances is kind of insane to me. Like, they're just not there, you know? Just finished or starting construction. Like, the railways are, like, just getting finished, right? Like, the capability for them to actually carry passenger trains is just being finished now. It's called the Bright Line, and it already only has like 3 stops in the entirety of Florida, which is insane. Okay, I can sell that. Need a helmet, dude. Yeah, we don't even have that, right? Like, we don't even have connections between big cities or anything. Need a helmet with links, my guy, please. All right, this is a 3 red chest piece. Either of these will work. Definitely better than whatever that is. Okay, that one. We can hit it with a random essence. I guess I just need a random helmet at this point. I don't need a 3-link anymore. Just a random helmet with some sockets on it. That's 3-link boots, but I have good boots. Anything better? Really, it's only this?
Don't do anything I would.
Alright, Seismic Cry. Move to this chest piece. Blood and Sand can go there. I need to see if I can craft Fizz on this. Waiting over a decade for our own high-speed railway to go from LA to SF. Yeah, the US is just very behind in any kind of railway for anything. When do I get physical percentage? I actually don't know when the first one is. Physical damage rank 1 is in the sewers. Oh, literally like right ahead of me. Okay, well it's still better than this by like a long shot. Like my weapon was really bad. That's the reason that my damage was so low, is my weapon is complete and utter garbage. Right, do I have an essence to throw on this real quick? Only got spell damage and energy shield. I mean, it's something. That's pretty good. About as good as I could have hoped. Wish it would have had a little bit of life, but it's still decent. Okay. Yeah. The whole Hyperloop thing is pretty dumb in my opinion. It makes very little sense in almost any way. And it's so dangerous, dude. Like, the Hyperloop just seems like the danger of the people inside the Hyperloop was literally never taken into account a single time. Like, not even once. LK99? Yeah, we'll see. There's been way too much hype behind that thing, behind that whatever material it is, that I'm still hesitant at this point. Well, it's not even like the air filtering or anything like that. It's just the fact that you're in this like tight enclosed area, and if we're using the vehicles that, you know, like Elon Musk is pushing, which are Tesla electric vehicles, like what happens if you just randomly have a fire? Like, what do? Do you just die? Because you can't get out. There's nowhere to go. You're just stuck in your car. It seems like such a stupid idea. I can't begin to like explain all the reasons that it's so fucking bad. Just terrible, terrible idea. Attack so slow, but at least I have better damage now. So we can craft physical percentage damage on this after we enter the sewers. I think it's around the waypoint, right? That we get the craft that we're wanting. It's like right there at the waypoint, I think. Also, on the 322 League mechanic. League mechanic looks okay. I'm not like super duper hyped for it. I'm more so hyped for the in-game change stuff. QA player knows more than an engineer, I guess. I mean, you can listen to actual engineers who say the same exact thing for me. I'm not saying my own personal opinion. I'm saying the opinion of people who I respect who talked about it. And I have taken their information, who are significantly more, you know, knowledgeable than I am in the subject, and I'm using their opinion as mine because it just like makes, okay, I'm dead. One, it just makes sense logically that, you know, like all of those just trying to force, wow. Skeleton mages, by the way, hitting for like 3/4 of my fucking health. But yeah. Well, they're a public service. Like, who cares if they run over budget? They're literally a service that we pay for. I'd rather pay for, like, public railways than bombing random brown people in other countries. Like, any day of the week, dude. But he doesn't prove them wrong a lot. He just had a couple different things that are correct. Like, you realize there's been tons of insiders that have come forward saying that there are, like, specific groups of people who enact specific plans to make sure that Musk's ideas don't get implemented. Like, did you see the thing where he put the big X on top of the building recently, and he literally had to have, like, the police come and tell him why it was such a fucking terrible idea and force him to take it down? Missed it. Bronze scale gloves. Oh, there we go.
You're simply too stupid to be realistic, aren't you, brute?
Like, yes, he does some things very well. I'm not going to say that he doesn't, but he does a lot of shit really poorly. Like, he does a lot of shit really poorly.
You're nothing more than an animal. Enough of this.
Probably should take the sapphire flask. He just has the benefit of having billions and billions and billions and billions of dollars to, you know, throw at anything he wants.
Stay out of the shed.
I need some space. Get rid of that, get rid of that. I shouldn't identify that. 3 red gloves. I can hold on to them, but they're not, like, great for right now. I'm also gonna get rid of this. It doesn't really make a ton of sense to use this, to be honest.
Good luck to you.
I do agree that he's achieved a bunch of stuff. The problem that I just have is that, like, at a certain point, it's like he sacrifices so insanely much to achieve those things. Like, I get it. I'm glad that those things are being achieved, but at what cost, you know? Other item, dexterity. I mean, I guess I can at least do it. Wow, it's terrible. Nice. Question for me most of the time is at what cost? Okay, so we probably just remake a weapon, yeah? Like, we do like this or something. I can't even buy that. I don't have an orb of transmutation. Nice, dude. We grab determination. I'm so stuck on links. So stuck on links. I don't need this anymore. I do want momentum though. I do really want momentum. Do I have a chromatic? I have 6 chromatics. Is that actually going to be worth? This is probably really not worth. But it is what it is. Okay, I need to find another slot for that, dude. Drop steel skin? That's what I was thinking. I do like having the steel skin just as like an oh shit button. But I was thinking that.
Bring me back something nice, huh?
I guess I can drop it. It is what it is. Right. Okay. I'll just walk out. But yeah, like, I don't know. I'm not a huge fan of Musk anymore after all of the stuff has come out about him. He just doesn't seem like a very good person in any way. Like, yeah, he gets shit done in some regards, but I don't know, man. You can't really, at this point in time, you can't really be what he is and be any kind of good person whatsoever. Like, the moment that I started to kind of realize it was when, you know, those boys were stuck in like a cavern in Thailand, and he called the guy who like manned the rescue a pedophile because he got to him before he could help, and you know, he wasn't helping or anything like that. I was kind of like, okay, dude's kind of just like a fucking man-child. I was like, oh, is that the fizz damage right there? Fuck. Damn, that sucks. That's actually a ways away. I got the first one, okay. The thing is that he's not really achieving much progress for us. Most of the stuff that he achieves is just him, like, hostile overtaking a company and then putting his name on it. Most of it. Like, you know, he got removed from PayPal for trying to do the same thing to PayPal that he's doing to Twitter right now, right? Did I get all of them? No. And then he, like, brute forced his money into Tesla and ousted the people who actually, like, started it and did most of the initial work. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, you could say he gets stuff done, but I still don't really like the guy. Thought he was co-founder of PayPal. Yeah, but he basically got pushed out because he wanted to do the same exact thing he wanted to do the whole X theme thing. But he got pushed out of PayPal because of that, because he didn't have complete and like total control of it.
Cardewy slaves were once bought and sold by the big seal.
Well, just understand if that all you're focused on is the outcome, hopefully you don't end up being one of the people that he tramples on to get to that outcome. And I mean, if you want to talk about the stuff with Starlink, I mean, we can go over the part where he decided to just turn off Starlink support for Ukraine at one point. And then started parroting a bunch of stuff that, you know, like the Russians did, so. I don't know. You really like him that much when he's done that? I'm not so sure that I would. Not so sure that I would. Starlink's definitely good. I think that the service is good. I think that he's abused his power over it very, very heavily. Alright, 4 link. Let's go, dude. It's yellow. Pretty bad, but it is what it is. We could throw a resist on it. I don't know. I don't really think... I think it's pretty black and white what he did there. I know people don't like getting into political stuff, I guess, but pretty black and white. I don't think there's very much to talk about there. Yeah, sure. I mean, he can do whatever he wants, right? It doesn't matter. I can still think he's a piece of shit for doing it. I don't really even feel like it's a hot take, right? Like, people can give hot takes, but I don't think what I said was much of a hot take, was it? Kind of just what happened. No, my takes would be? True.
Hope in the left.
True.
Surety in the right.
Yeah, like, I think to an extent he's a good businessman. I agree with that. I think he's a pretty good businessman, but I think that's about the end of it. I don't think he's good at very much else. Well, the thing about it is that I kind of talk about whatever. I don't force political talks or anything like that, but if the topic comes up, I talk about it. It is what it is. I think that if you're like completely unwilling to talk about stuff like that, it is kind of not great, but you know. Elon Musk living his dream of turning Twitter into a porn site. I mean, it basically already was one, but yeah. Yeah, leveling stream things. This is what happens. Because the thing about it is that during leveling streams, we don't have any PoE stuff to talk about because we already kind of know what we're doing and we're just like following through on that. We gotta talk about something, boys. Think Joe Biden has any chance for another seat? Probably. He'll probably win. I mean, statistics-wise, he'll probably win. Regardless of like whether or not he does well or poorly, or he has opponents that do well or poorly. It's pretty common that the sitting president wins his second term. Like, it's very rare that it doesn't if we're just going off of like statistics. So, you know, there's only been a few presidents that are so amazing that they managed to lose their second term. But, you know, the only thing that I hope at this point is that Ron DeSantis gets what he deserves, which is absolutely fucking nothing. That clown. I'm so glad that people are like everywhere else that aren't in Florida fucking hate that guy. I'm so tired of his bullshit, dude. I'm so tired of Ron DeSantis. Do you recommend some good league starters for the upcoming league? I wouldn't be suggesting league starters right now. The main reason being that we don't have the patch notes. We don't exactly know what's going on. Right now, with this testing, I am just getting as much information as I can in preparation for the patch notes. But you want to wait for actual decisions until the patch notes are out. Because you never know, right? Like, anything could happen in the patch notes, and we even learned now that the patch notes themselves aren't even, like, the final say. Sometimes the patch notes gets changed, right? The frustrating thing about talking about politics is that people don't actually talk politics for policy. They talk politics like they're talking about their favorite sports team. And that's the thing that gets kind of like frustrating sometimes, is because it's like people talk about it as if it doesn't like control fucking everything, right, that happens to us. They're just like, oh yeah, I like my team. My team, we're the best. We do whatever is the best. And that's the part that kind of frustrates me about talking politics. And it gets old pretty quickly. Because I much so prefer to like listen to what the stats say, or listen to what, you know, like actual researchers with good information on stuff say, and I don't care too much about what random politician has to say about it. But people don't like that, so. Hope the Guardian minions aren't a flaming trash can. I mean, we don't know. Hopefully, that is the hope, right? That the unique Guardian minions are good, because if they're not, there's not really much reason to mess around with that ascendancy or those points. I think it'll be pretty rough. But one can hope, right? I pretty much, I agree with the first part, but I don't agree with the second part. It seems like people pretty much universally hate DeSantis outside of Florida. Like, he's polling really poorly, and he's, like, performing really poorly outside of Florida. Which, thank fucking goodness, but it's almost assured at this point that regardless of if he's in jail or not, Trump will probably be the nominee. But people seem to really dislike DeSantis outside of Florida. But yeah, the Guardian ascendancy, it's just kind of gonna be up in the air.
Hello.
Is he worse than the Orange Man? DeSantis is a think of DeSantis as Trump, but actually like adequate in fucking shit up. That's what I would consider DeSantis.
See you.
You looking sharp.
Like, he could actually fuck shit up and make like bad things happen. Sounds like Deus Ex music a bit. It's called Cubic Movement by Zircon. Sounds like something that would be in Deus Ex, right? Okay, so let's see here. I've got one. Need some wisdom scrolls, dude.
Need some help. Watch yourself.
All right, we gotta just keep going. I'd like to be able to use this, but I need to be 28 first. I gotta go here. Oh, do I not have dash anymore? Happened to Bernie? People just don't like him. I think Bernie's too good of a guy to ever be able to win. He's not willing to do the crooked and shady shit that everyone else is willing to do. He's just too straightforward of a good guy. He always just sticks to his guns, and unfortunately that doesn't win.
This is the eternal way. Pretty lifeless.
Alright, so let's see here. Boneshatter. So we get Boneshatter pretty soon. Nice guys finish last. I've said this quite a bit, but the thing about it with the way that just human society works is that the people who are willing to do the bad shit required to get into positions of power are the people who are going to make it there. There's a reason why you see so many like psychopaths and evil people at the top, is because they're willing to step on people and they're willing to do bad shit to get what they want, right? That's always going to be the big problem with it, right? So yeah, it's like that's kind of the issue at the end of the day. So anybody who isn't willing to do those things is going to be at a heavy disadvantage and most likely is going to lose because of it. So it's like it's just a difficult situation in general. It's like, for example, I have been so hesitant for the longest time to do any kind of I've been so hesitant to do any kind of sponsorships and stuff over time, but recently I started doing them, and the reason for that is that I realized in particular that it's better for me to take money and sustain myself off of some random faceless corporation than to try to survive off of the money of the people who watch me, right? Like, I'd much rather you guys not have to pay a bunch of money to watch me, like to be able to do this stuff, and just have, you know, whoever it is, random company that wants me to shill their product for like a day. Like, that's fine, right? Like, it is what it is. That's the argument that actually pushed me towards doing sponsorships. So yeah.
Oh,
Yo,
yes,
okay,
Daddy.
Ergen, thank you for the prime. Appreciate you, gamer. Make sure to pet ducks in the chat as well. We plan to swap to Boneshatter. So here's the thing about swapping to Boneshatter. We can only really do it... Another 4-link. We can only really do it after Gravicius, obviously, because that's the earliest that we get it. How carefully do you pick sponsors? I don't shill complete garbage. Like, you haven't seen a Raid Shadow Legends sponsorship for me yet, have you? I won't shill complete garbage. I like the product to at least have something behind it. Like, for example, here recently, I did a sponsorship for Mobalytics because I talked to the guy who like runs Mobalytics, and we actually talked about PoE a decent amount. Like, he was asking me for like advice on what build to play because he likes playing in solo self, and I'm like, I'm not your guy, dude. I'm sorry. But I took the sponsorship for Mobalytics for Diablo 4 because, like, keep in mind, we started talking about that sponsorship before Diablo 4 actually released. They wanted me to do the videos on the launch. That was when it was going to happen. And I was like, well, let me use the service for a little bit. I used the service for like however long it was, like a month. And then I was like, yeah, builds are good. It seems to be updated. They're doing good work with it. Yeah, sure, fine. I'll do the sponsorship for it because there's a good service, right? So that's why I did it. I think they're good guys. He and I still talk a decent amount about random stuff, just here and there. Like, you know, it's not like constant. But I want to hear how smooth your Manscaped is. All right, here's the thing. I would take a Manscaped sponsorship, potentially, but I don't actually think their products are that great. Like, I don't think they're like oppressively bad, but I don't think they're like the best, right? Like, you can just go get a random Norelco razor and it'll be about the same. What about some gamer supplements? I can't really shill gamer supplements because they're all just massive amounts of caffeine, and I can't even drink caffeine, really. So... Whew. VPN sponsorships have kind of disappeared recently. Have you noticed that? I don't see them almost at all anymore. How's that fire res? Probably pretty bad. 13. Yeah. This is basically one of like the first bosses that can actually kill you with elemental damage, so I haven't been worrying too much about it. But yeah, this guy can beat your ass pretty bad if you get hit by too much stuff. Like, that was one hit that did that to me. Because, yeah, if you're just going fast and ignoring defenses most of the time, that's like one of the first enemies that can legitimately just one-shot you. There's not very many of those, but he is one of them. Alright, I need to swap out some gems. I need to swap to melee fizz damage, because I am trolling right now. I should do that now while I'm thinking about it. Looks like an axe from JoJo. Oof. True. Melee fizz damage is Act 1, right? Wait, no, it is Act 2. Alright, let's see. Melee fizz damage. Swap that out for... Oh, I have a 4-link now. Yeah. Right, so Sunder, melee fizz damage, Ruthless. What should I do as my 4th link here? I could do close combat, but that's not great for this ability. I did faster attacks previously. I could just do Chance to Bleed for now. Like, Chance to Bleed isn't terrible for the moment, but it's not great for sure. Not really. It's better than what I currently have, actually. Also better. That doesn't have movement speed. Yeah, that's fine. This is just better than what I have currently because I'm wearing, you know, literally nothing good. All right, there's movement speed. All right, so the question is it worthwhile to swap to what's it called right now? I don't think it is. Like, we can get, they don't even give it to you, by the way, as like a main ability. I think it's interesting they don't give you Boneshatter, and I think the reason for that is because they worry that someone will try it and just kill themselves. Like, that's probably unironically the reason that they don't give you Boneshatter.
Mate.
I need just a random weapon. I don't really care. It's actually a good base. Wow. 65 to 87 chance to bleed. It's actually not as good as it could be, though. It is pretty good in the axe. We'll actually grab this axe.
Bring me back something nice,
Do that. It's not as good as it could be.
What is it?
It's close, but it could be slightly better.
Be careful.
I have a random essence, right? Oh no, I used them all. I really got to use one of these. That sucks. No Blood Rage? I should grab Blood Rage, yeah. I've just been so pressured on sockets recently that it's really, really hard. Like, my socket pressure has been unbelievable. Yeah, that's gonna be better. All right, damn, I can't quality it though.
Bring me back something nice,
All right, so we'll put that there. We actually do have room for it now. What are your initial thoughts on how they're bringing in Sanctum? It's probably good. Blood Rage. Put that there. Right there. I think it's probably good the way that they're going about it. It seems fine. Yeah, I'm curious to see patch notes. Patch notes will be big. God, God, it's so much slower. Need to augment this. No, not that. Fuck this. 4 life per enemy hit. Let's go. Yeah, my socket pressure is really, really high right now. Like I can fix it soon, TM, but I also have to be careful about my resist. Like I need to do something about my resist pretty soon, right? I don't think I actually use Boneshatter for a little bit. I think we do first lab, and then we probably swap to Boneshatter. Because around first lab, we'll have enough points to put into the other stuff. Need that for later. Yo, I am so slow now. Especially with this guy putting temp chains on me. Look at that, dude. Look at that speed. Feels like I'm playing Pee-wee 2. Whew. Look at that, dude. Kinda need determination. Yeah, you do. Just getting cursed by everything, dude. Yeah, I think the Sanctum stuff will be good. It's definitely better than not having it, and I think itemizing stuff like that is always going to be the best way to go about it. Like, for sure. God, that attack speed. The Slayer, I just think is going to be slightly worse for League Start potential. Because the thing about it is that I don't think people are really going to be playing this build as something that they're going to take all the way through to, like, Ubers. Because the thing about it is, as far as I know, the way that it goes is that Juggernaut is more consistent early, and then as you get into later maps, Slayer ends up being a little bit better for a while. And then after that, at the very super duper high end, Juggernaut ends up being good again. But yeah, the thing about it is that Juggernaut just has a little bit of an easier time in general, especially through like the early portion, that I think it's not like Slayer is so much better that you would want to swap off of it. Like Karn plays Slayer because he's a very good player and he knows what he's doing. And I think that good players could manage that, but I just think in general, Juggernaut just makes more sense. God, this attack speed is so slow. BFBB League Start win. When it's good again, dude. I'll just make an Inquisitor BFBB every single league, dude. Even if it's bad. Play at your own risk. Damn, I went all the wrong ways. I literally skipped the only one good way. I walked right by it. 1 second attack time? What is my attack time? It's actually 0.97. We're almost at Onslaught, boys. Oh, wrong way. Love to see a bleed buff? They'll probably nerf it somehow instead. That's what they typically do. Even if the build's not good, they tend to nerf it. What are the big differences between Slayer and Jug? Slayer can end up being a little bit more powerful towards like the middle end game, but it's way less consistent and it's harder to get going. And if you fuck up, like from a gameplay perspective, you just kind of die. And it's pretty annoying. What weapon effect is that? This is the Regal weapon effect from way the fuck back in the day. I put this on because we got raided earlier by someone who was like just starting PoE and they asked me when I started playing. So I kind of had to like flex how long I've been wasting my time in this game. Yeah, and the recovery is situational too. That's one of the other big issues.
Now, here's your warrior's death.
I have like no lightning resist. She's gonna wreck me. Look at that damage, dude. She even got other shoes. Stop stunning me, bro. Dude, I don't have the fucking defenses for this shit right now. So this is something that you're just not going to be able to do in PoE2, actually. You're not going to be able to just, like, corpse run, even though it's, like, faster in general. Burns Berserker Boneshatter is bad? Who would have thought, dude? Never. Never, ever, dude. Alright, we need to craft some resistances.
Bye.
Did you play? Have fun.
Oh, did I not have room for that? The hell?
Yes. Bye.
Alright, now we have Onslaught. That's good. That's not what I want to use. Alright, let's try to get some I don't have transmutations. When do you get to switch to Boneshatter? Soon. I have one transmute. I have one transmute. I have like no resistances. No fire, no cold. I do have a little bit of lightning though. Yeah, my gear is so bad, dude. Holy. Item may not have it. Oh, I thought it had room for a suffix. No suffix room. This has suffix room. We'll put cold resist on there. It's something, dude. Towns have no loading screens in PoE2. Did you say the game has changed since 3 leagues ago? Yeah, they fixed all the loot nerf stuff. That's all pretty much completely fixed at this point. Loot is probably the best that's ever been, I would say, when it comes to just basic loot from like the ground. Yeah. Pretty good. Dude, I don't have anything. I'll never be able to use those, unfortunately. You know what towns have no loading screens means? Oof, what does it mean? Enlighten me, gamer.
You're right.
Game constantly loads all player MTX. Well, hopefully it'll be improved. But I doubt it. Those are good. But I can't use them because I need the links. It's also pretty decent. Yeah, I'm gonna swap to this. Okay. I need to level this. We'll probably just put it there for now. Put that there. These are also pretty good. You just hold on to those for maybe use later. Maybe use later. Okay. What peak do you expect from PoE2 First League? Like, how good do I think it's gonna be? I mean, it'll be cool just because it's PoE2, right? Like, the first league is probably not gonna be the league. Alright. But if we're talking about, like, player peak, like the amount of people playing it, almost assuredly it's gonna be higher for PoE2. Just because it's like, that's the time when everyone's gonna come back and try out PoE2. Chris said his goal is to get 1 million concurrent players, and I think he'll probably get it. I could see him getting it for PoE2. I could see it happening, boys. He said 7 digits. Well, that's 1 million, isn't it? But I think he could do it. PoE2 looks like it's going to be a good game. It looks like it'll be popular. They said themselves that they're kind of going in the more Elden Ring direction than anything else. And it does have some pretty, like, decent overlap with that style of gameplay, so yeah.
An emperor must know
The funny thing to me is when Jonathan said Elden Ring with a hardcore bent, as if Elden Ring isn't, like, kind of a hardcore game. That was what was weird to me. There was a couple things that Jonathan said that were a little weird to me. The thing about it is that I think people were complaining about D4, but I don't actually think they were complaining too much about the difficulty, if I'm gonna be real with you. People complaining about it being too easy or too hard, I think the difficulty was kind of whatever in Diablo 4. I just don't think Diablo 4 was fun. Like, I think that's the problem at the end of the day. I was talking about this the other day, but you can have a game that's easy and it can still be fun, and you can have a game that's hard and it can still be fun, right? Like, you can have an enjoyable experience on an easy game and a hard game, but you can also have a non-enjoyable experience on an easy game or a hard game. Like, I don't know, it just, Diablo 4 just wasn't very fun, if I'm gonna be real with you. It didn't have a lot of soul. The gameplay loop got boring very fast. Just wasn't much there. It's one of those things where I think that PoE kind of cracked the code, and GGG kind of cracked the code a little bit on live service games, is that I actually think you want people to quit. Like, I think you want people to quit the game, and then I think you want them to come back later. Not a melee Marauder player, is that normal Marauder attack speed for Act 3? It depends. But this is a relatively slow weapon, but when you're playing with slams and such, yeah, it's gonna feel pretty slow. I think I'm gonna go for 1 green link and throw faster attacks in my link to make it not feel so bad, is probably what I'm gonna do. I'll actually do that right now. Let's hope here that I get 1 green. Surely it'll happen, right? Easy. All right, ruthless, faster attacks. I need to buy another faster attacks now, though. But yeah, it's like looking for something durable and well documented. I'm afraid that RF is too much of a walking simulator. RF is absolutely a walking simulator. I wouldn't really particularly call Boneshatter durable. It can be durable, but you're literally like beating yourself in the face constantly and taking a ton of damage at any given time. But it's still melee. Like, Boneshatter is still melee, right? Like, you're still gonna suffer all of the classic melee stuff. I really don't have a transmutation. Wait until we get patch notes. Wait until we get patch notes and then see what's going on. I'll have a bunch of builds that I'll be talking about, so just look through those when we get closer to the league actually releasing, is what I would suggest that you do. Because as for right now, you're going to be kind of trolling yourself if you try to make any decisions now, because we really just don't know what's going to happen. If you're wanting to like test stuff yourself, the stuff that I would probably say test is maybe like, you could test Boneshatter to see if you like it, Cold Dot, Lightning Arrow, Ice Shot, could test Poison SRS, things like that. Probably your best bet. You seen the PoE 2 press kit? I have not looked at it, no. Is it good? They didn't even have the normal press kit up when I needed it for thumbnails, which was kind of sad, but I mean, I get why that was the case. So I had to use Adobe AI to be able to get the icon, the logo, whatever it was, separated. That's some stuff they didn't show. Interesting. Like what? Anything juicy or? Oh shit, I'm going the wrong way. What's up, Rake? How's it going, gamer? Wish I had a little tiny itty bit of mana leech. 12,000 by 8,000, 50 megabyte PoE 2 logo. Holy. Necessary, dude. That's necessary, brother. Totally, dude. I mean, the Pee-wee 2 logo is fucking amazing. But I don't know if we need a 12,000 by 8,000 50 megabyte photo. Last Epoch's pretty good.
I exiled an animal. Now
We'll
you
see.
almost resemble a man. Karu.
I have no mana. Okay, not too bad.
Have you ever seen the true face of God exiled? Nightmare prevails!
Yeah, we'll go Boneshatter soon. I just don't think we go it yet. I just don't think it's worthwhile yet. I have lightning resist. I should be fine here.
Die!
How's the new leveling strat working out? It's definitely better. I feel a little bit faster in general. I do feel faster. Because we have like the rage and this and all of that. We're probably gonna go towards Tribal Fury and try to swap to Boneshatter. Probably right now, actually. Because we're gonna be able to do the lab right after this. And then we'll be able to grab the node that will enable Boneshatter for us pretty easily. Gonna run out of mana here. Will I have enough to kill him? Ooh. Yes, just barely. Alright, let's get the waypoint and then we'll go do whatever. A bonk build.
Don't die, please.
Let's get to town. Yeah, I felt that there was just a tiny bit of something missing from Last Epoch. The thing that I'm excited about for Last Epoch is the whole trade thing that they were gonna do, where you could have like empowered SSF essentially, the what was it, the factions or something like that. That seemed really cool and interesting to me. I do kind of worry about Last Epoch though, because their whole like business model right now is like we release our big patches when PoE doesn't, and then PoE 2 is coming out, and then suddenly there's gonna be a patch at the same time, so it's like. I'm slightly worried about them, but I think they'll still do fine. They definitely seem to have a different like ethos when it comes to a lot of stuff than Path of Exile does, so they'll probably do fine. They'll have a different player base. Alright, let's see. Okay, so realistically, I think we grab Call to Arms next, and then we grab the strike stuff. What was I gonna do? There was something I was gonna do. What was I gonna do? I don't remember what I was gonna do. We're gonna try to swap to Boneshatter soon, yeah? I'm just gonna keep going so that we don't waste time until I can think of what I was supposed to do. There was something I was gonna go back to town for. I don't remember what though. Lab? Ah, yes, okay. Yeah. Alright, there's one more lab that we need to do still. I think, right? I think I did all of them except one, which is this one. This one. Need to kill just enough stuff to keep my flasks up. The thing about it is that it kind of just depends on what I'm getting out of the lab. Like, I choose when I'm going to do the lab completely based off of what it gives me, right? And right now, my first lab is going to be the one that enables Boneshatter, but I can't even really play Boneshatter yet. I need a couple more levels, which I'll be putting points into it very soon, the things that I need to make it worthwhile. But there's not really much of a point of doing it if, like, it doesn't gain me anything yet. But now it gains me something, so I might as well. Oh. Interesting. Like a lot of ascendancies, I would be doing lab the moment that I get it available, right? Do you use any oil or anything after you shave your head? Sometimes when I go bald, it feels dry. I have a naturally extremely oily scalp, so I don't have any issues with that. You kind of just have to go off of whatever you personally need. If you feel like your scalp is extremely super dry, you probably want to try moisturizing it a bit first before you put oil in there. So, I mean, the thing about it is that you should treat the skin on your head the same way that you treat anything else. In my opinion, the problem that a lot of people do when it comes to shaving their head is that you wear a hat all the time. Because you should. Like, even if it's... I know people meme on things like,
Yes.
like, you know, bald, wear a hat. You're wearing a hat because you're bald. But the thing about it is that you don't want, like, the sun just beating down on your fucking raw skin on top of your head for hours, right? Like, you definitely do want to be wearing a hat. But, it's skin just like anything else, you know? So you do want to be careful with that. So yeah, you want to wear a hat just because you don't want the skin to be destroyed, because if you sit there and let your skin sit in the sun constantly all day, every single day, yeah, it's going to feel pretty bad. Talk for yourself. I love having a sunburned scalp. I'm sorry, gamer. But yeah, my scalp is like insanely oily. I don't need to put any kind of oil or anything on it whatsoever, right? I need to remove oil because my scalp is so fucking ridiculously oily. How's the build going? It's going pretty well. So it's gonna be different for every person. You just gotta do what works for you. I would say try moisturizing it. You can get like a moisturizing soap and use that on your skin, on your scalp, before you use like shampoos and stuff like that. Because the thing about it is that even if you do have no hair on your head, you should still be like shampooing it, right? Like if you just use like a normal soap that doesn't like have moisturizers or anything in it, it's probably gonna fuck with your scalp. So you should still be using like shampoo, and you can even use conditioner as well if you want. I use conditioner for my beard. So I use conditioner for my beard, and then I just, you know, like rub a little bit of it on my head, like as I'm finishing up, and I don't have any issues.
Failure is an illusion.
I'm gonna try to switch to Boneshatter a little bit earlier. We're gonna switch here relatively soon. We just need the first lab.
What ambition.
That sounds terrible, dude. Yeah, we can swap the Boneshatter relatively soon. Some good builds for lazy boys. I think the best lazy build's probably just RF, yeah. The thing about it, when it comes to showering and stuff, is that you only need to shower as often as you need to, right? Like, if you're someone who goes out every single day and is in any way getting in the sun or sweaty or working out or doing anything, yeah, you should probably be showering at least once a day. If you stay inside all day and don't really get sweaty for that day, and you showered the day before and nothing happened, you could rinse off if you want to. But you shouldn't be, like, using shampoo and conditioner every single day. You shouldn't be, like, scrubbing your skin every single day, right? Like, you can rinse off and stuff, but it's kind of been shown that showering more and more and more and more is actually pretty bad for your skin. But what is also bad for your skin is leaving a whole bunch of dirt and grime and built up stuff on it. So if you're going outside and, you know, getting, like, dirty or things like that, then yeah, just take a fucking shower. Watch a vid about the guy who didn't wash his hair for 5 years.
When the time
Man, that sounds like his head probably hurts pretty bad.
strikes without hesitation. To entertain doubts on these demons that slumber should never be awoken.
Sounds like his scalp is probably miserable to touch.
Stay the course.
His hair looked amazing? Yeah, I know his hair probably looked fine. I'm talking about his scalp. Because the thing about not washing your hair is that, like, I'm surprised I didn't die there. I'm surprised that he didn't have like the most tender scalp imaginable. Oh fuck. The thing about it is that for some people, for sure, they could not wash their hair and maybe get away with it, but for other people, probably not. It just depends on your hair type, right? Like if you're naturally blessed with like skin on your head or hair, which, you know, has like the perfect amount of oil and no issues with that whatsoever, then yeah, you're probably fine, but not all of us are like that. I have a ridiculous amount of oil on my head, right? So if I don't like get some of that oil out, I feel fucking disgusting. You think about Summon Reaper starter, you're probably trolling yourself, unfortunately. That ability is just not really great. You're probably just going to have a very bad time. That ability just isn't really great just in general. It's not even just like as a league start, it's just not really good at all. I hate to have to say that, but like I tried making it work and we spent like 20 divines on it and it was okay. But when you spend 20 divine on a build and it's kind of just like, yeah, I mean it functions. You know, it's okay.
I cannot do this yet.
Yeah, my head is super oily, unfortunately. I've also gotten to that point where I'm like, the thing that I realized is like, I always saw all of these people, right? All these like men that they just didn't keep their head clean shaven all the time and they just kind of let it grow a little bit, right? Whoa, brother. It's actually these guys that are killing me. Like I saw it for so long and I'm like, why don't they just shave their head, right? I understand now. It's because they're lazy. Shaving your head's actually a decent amount of work. And yeah. I understand now. It affects me. That's a lot of shit. Okay, so that. Maybe some better rings. Do I want to keep this? No, that's a really low level. Because yeah, it's actually really, really annoying to shave your head all the time, so I just don't do it anymore. Like I shave my head like once a week, maybe.
Receive our blessings, embrace
Rid of Inferno on kill.
and rise ascendant. For this is the ending.
Right, so now we can go Jug and we can get the Ascendancy that enables Boneshatter. So this right here, Untiring, right? 1.5% of physical damage prevented from hits in the past 10 seconds is regenerated as life. So now we should be good. Now we should be able to run Boneshatter. But we're probably not going to swap until we get this mastery, and then we'll swap. Because it should be good around then. All right, let's go.
What do you want?
I need to craft resistances. I can sell these.
What do you want?
I had both receding hairline and thinness on top. I knew it was coming because the men on my mom's side of the family all had issues with it. So yeah. I knew the pain was coming, so I just gave up on it eventually. I gave up on it a long time before I started shaving my head, if I'm gonna be real with you. That's decent, but no links. Man, all that's so bad. All right, let's see here. I need cold resist. No open suffix. No open suffix. No open suffix. No open suffix. And that's rough, dude. No open suffix. Open suffix. Am I actually gonna craft cold resist on this ring? I'm not doing that. I'm just gonna swap the ring. Open suffix. Okay, that's the best that I can do right now, unfortunately. 2 hours in and not to maps? True. I'm washed, dude.
What do you need now?
Okay. Get rid of all of that.
May fear guide you.
I'm washed, dude. Need to put this here. If not, I'm gonna keep fucking up. The way that you get clear with Reaper is you have to get Explodey. And you get it through gloves, I think is the way that you do it. You get Acinus, and that's the way that you get clear. It still doesn't feel great. Like, even on bossing, it doesn't feel super great. But you can get a little bit of clear. Like, we experimented with it. I crafted a bow. I did a whole bunch of crazy shit, and it still just didn't seem worth the money. It's like there were just much better minion builds at the time. So there's just not really much of a reason to do it, you know? It's because Cyclone's a fun skill, it's just they've nerfed every version of Cyclone except basically Cast on Crit at this point. Unfortunately. I could probably just survive his hits. Yeah. Caustic Arrow Pathfinder? I don't know that you would ever want to stick with Caustic Arrow these days. You'd probably want to just swap to something else eventually. As a minion player, I'm sad. Well, I would have said before that PoE2 would fix it, but minion player is going to be crying a little bit right now. Because, like, my whole thought process was that, I need to swap my mouse. My whole thought process was that minions were kind of taking a backseat right now because, you know, PoE2 was going to make them oppressively strong. But now that we're not getting the PoE2, like, gem system in PoE1, I think minions probably need a little bit of rebalancing, to be honest with you. Like, I really think they gotta do something. Cause like the state of minions is pretty bad if we're not getting the new gem system. Like, the problem is just that there's so few types of minions that actually work well right now. Like, the most iconic version of minions, which is Spectres, they're getting like the good version of Spectres in PoE2, which is like, you know, you like catch the gem. I hope that we get that in PoE1. That's like everything I've ever wanted from minions. Is just being able to have like a Spectre where you like capture the specific mob, right? That's what I've always wanted. Like, you remember how I said I wish there was just like a little book, like a little tab on your character right here, where you could just have like a certain set of minions that you can always summon your Spectres with? So yeah, that's what I've always wanted, but well, it's not against their design philosophy for PoE2. It just seems like the spirit system is the thing that is going to make it, they're going to balance it around, which is much better than it being on mana, like, for sure. It is slightly worrisome that auras and minions are on the same reservation system though, so that is slightly worrisome, just slightly though. Yeah, I mean, there's lots of problems with it, Turtle. Like, there's so many problems with it. Minions are just... They were really powerful for a long time, but they've honestly always been second-class citizens in PoE. With, like, it basically goes, like, ranged players, minions, and all the way down here is melee, right? It's essentially how it's always gone. We've adjusted the level of minions created by raised specters. At gym level 20, it will now raise a level 66 minion. Dude, the fact that they like actually made what's her name, Kay, quit the game because of how much they've nerfed specters is insane. Like, specters are just in such a sad place right now. It's actually so sad. So sad. Yeah, this feels way better than it did before. Now that we have like attack speed in the link and everything, it feels much better.
Ta-ta.
Yeah, it was like the one specter that worked were the new Frostbearers. I just hope that now going forward with PoE that they don't have the like excuse anymore that PoE 2 will fix it. That we actually get some like some pretty big changes and stuff. I hope for that. Like, I hope that we have a full team working on PoE, and a lot of the stuff that needs to be fixed is they figure out a way to actually fix it. How bad would Molten Strike Onigoroshi Jug build be? Probably quit the league tier. It's a lot of copium. I've got a good supplier, dude. I've got a good supplier. I'll get you in contact with him if you need. Yeah, I remember the post by Kay. Let me see here. Yeah, it's just like the fact that it raises level 70 specters at gym level 20 is just insane, dude. It makes no sense. Absolutely zero. Like, actually zero. Like, you can nerf the damage of the mob without making it, like, completely just fall over and die tier, you know? Well, GGG does hate specters. But I think there's like better ways to balance them. The thing about it is that the way to balance them is to like implement a way where you can just get your specters back occasionally. Like, if your specters are meant to die, then you need to be able to revive them in some way. Whatever kind of resource that you have to spend to be able to revive them, sure, have that be a thing. But when it is essentially impossible to revive your specters in combat, I feel that's just bad design, right? Like, I feel like the specters are just made poorly. There's no reason for specters to be so impossible to resummon in combat. You just can't do it. They keep wanting to do this thing where, like, you know, specters are a type of minion that you just spawn any random minion, but it's just not good. Like, it just doesn't make sense. Because of the fact that you have to invest links into your specters, if you just did generic damage links, they would be useless for the most part, right? So the way that they've tried to force them to be balanced just doesn't make sense. The way they're doing it in PoE 2 is the way that makes sense. It's literally the thing I've been saying for ever now, which is like, you need a specific set of specters that you can just focus on, right? Yeah, and Animate Guardian, any pseudo-hardcore mechanics in PoE, I think are just kind of bad. Like, it just feels really bad to invest all of that money into an Animate Guardian and then have it die and you just lose all of its gear. It's like, why do you lose the gear? What's the purpose of losing the gear? Just make it less powerful and don't lose the gear, and then people won't hate themselves, you know? I agree, man. I think hardcore in this particular game is just really poorly done. I really hate hardcore in Path of Exile. I enjoyed hardcore in Diablo 3. I thought it was somewhat interesting, at least. But the fact that it's balanced around logging out and basically just like making your character invulnerable to one-shots at all times, it just doesn't really feel good in the way that PoE is made. It's just not an enjoyable experience for me. slams feel okay if you only need one Warcry at any given time and you can have it be instant on left click. That's the only time they feel okay, in my opinion. Anything other than that, and they feel horrifically bad. Yo, where is this enemy? If you were to play a different build and hire an Orbot off TFT than it is to play a mini build and use a fully kitted out Animate Guardian? Yeah. User. No, wrong way. Always gotta go left. Leap Slam OP build win? I actually think there is room right now that you could spend enough money on a build that you could make Leap Slam good. You could do it right now, but it wouldn't be good to start with. Leap Slam totems? Do it, dude. Easy. It is a slam. But I mean, why would you not just play Consecrated Path totems at that point, right? It's the same thing, but not bad. You know?
A battle worthy of song. The way you fight reminds me of how it feels to be sword. This is not the ideal of you cannot defend this crown. Is your passion honor? I missed this.
Yep, frozen for days. Quad Warcry on Zerker with the new thing, right? I want a Warcry build to work, but the thing that I'm worried about is that it's just going to be a clear build, which is probably fine. I think you just need to find a way to do single target. If you can find any kind of reasonable single target with that build, maybe it's just Reeve, or not Reeve, but Reap. I wonder how it scales. Because we don't really know anything at this point, right? Is it just going to scale with Warcry power or something? Are you leveling a new Boneshatter? Because we're testing with better information and better knowledge. Warcry slams. Oh, sorry that you hate yourself. Didn't realize you were a masochist. Okay, that's a way better ring. Holy. Does that have an open suffix? It does not, but that's so much better than my current ring. Holy. Holy. I didn't realize you were a masochist, but then again, you did play what's it called last league. So maybe I should have realized that all along.
What do you want?
You're still doing the bet with Dex, right? Are you still doing that?
I am Cahome's life. Life will go on.
Okay. One more.
Don't die, please.
I thought the bet was for this league that's coming up, was it not? Wasn't there another bet? Alzheimer's? No. We don't know what they did to Vengeant Cascade? Well, that's what I'm talking about. You still have the Vengeant Cascade bet, right? So depending on what happens there determines your next league starter, right? What was the bet? What was the actual skill that you're gonna play? I don't remember the specifics of it. Vengeant Cascade now only works on melee skills. I think it would be only works on bow abilities is what I think it would be, if anything. Because the thing about the return projectile support is that it's just all projectiles, right? Imagine Vengeant Cascade stays, since the return projectile support is only for return projectile support works on spells and stuff as well. Imagine, dude. Copium. If they do it for just bow abilities, I'm gonna be real sad though. I mean, triple golden oil is quite a bit of investment. Because right now it's what? Is it 1 or is it 2? I can't remember. Okay, so we can swap now. We'll do it after comb. Because we need to get Ancestral Cry as well. Because if Vengeant Cascade survives, Splitting Steel is just like the League Start build for sure. That shit's insane, dude. If it survives, that build is crazy. And that means I'm gonna have to sit there and theory craft a shield version of it too, because I think there's potential for a shield version being the best early on. Means I have to go through that headache again and reopen that can of worms. Because it's going to use some of the tech that Phoenixia was messing with like the max res stuff. So we'll see. I do think two-hand is probably the easiest way to go about it, because you can just craft the weapon and you don't need to worry too much, and Terminus will work for a very long time. So I think two-hand is just the way to go, but there's potential for a shield version to work. Because then you could get like a crazy good defensive shield and use Belltimber, I think, probably. I don't remember what I decided on. Because the shield version would essentially be almost immortal.
I honor you with one.
Okay.
What do you need now?
5% crit, I think it's massive bait. You don't go crit.
Yes. Go where you are needed.
That was what it was, because Phoenixia's version was a non-crit version. You don't go crit. Alright, so we need to get Ancestral Cry. I don't remember what Ancestral Cry... What level is this? 16, so that's Act 2.
You are well?
Ancestral. We need to replace this. Where is my Seismic Cry? Okay, we replaced that. Where's my Boneshatter? Bit of Sunder. We'll keep this for now. Boneshatter there. We have the additional hits now. How hard is it to craft a better one-hand than Paradoxica? Pretty tough. Alright. I think we're good now? Yeah? I think we can just go Boneshatter now, right? Shouldn't be any issues. We have the stuff on the tree. Okay, should be good. I didn't mean to click that. Okay, cool. Alright, let's see how this feels. Oh, I need...
God's heart. Guts.
Seems to be fine. We're in the bone zone, boys. Alright. Now we need to get over to that mana leech node so I can stop hating myself. Yeah, I think we're good. This seems solid already. I think waiting until now is probably better, for sure. I need to decide on where exactly I go now. Do I go the two-hand attack speed node, or do I just rush the other side? Oh, you know what I do need to get, actually? I still need to get inexorable, right? Like, I need to get that? Yeah. We need to get inexorable. And then we can go the other way. How long until we have Aura Stacker levels of builds? I don't think we'll ever have that. I think they're particularly making it so that we aren't able to do that because of Spirit. Like, I think they're going like way out of their way to make sure that that never happens. That's what it seems like to me. So slow. I wonder if we'll even get a League on PoE 2 release, or if it's just gonna be whatever, you know? Like, I definitely want to play PoE 2. I definitely want it to be good. I'm gonna play it regardless. Wait. Oh, it's this way. I was like, wait, where's the path? But yeah, it's just like, I don't know. I'm not super confident yet. I'm curious to see what the new, like, end game of PoE 2 is going to be like. Because it's going to be different, apparently. Can't level up Blood Rage. Nice. Imagine they just tossed in, like, a Greater Rift system and said, alright, good enough. That would be hilarious, dude. Ooh, that hurts. Actually just Piety that's hurting me though. It's not even like myself. I'll always be so confused at why Piety 1 has just so much health. Like, she hits so hard, has so much health. It's just it's kind of insane, to be honest. Also just going Eldritch mods for max res? What do you mean? I mean, you could go Eldritch mods for max res, like that would work. GGG is capable of doing pretty amazing stuff. I do agree. 85 is pretty good, yeah. 85 is like plenty. I think even 80 would be pretty solid. Yeah, you go non-crit, and you can scale non-crit pretty well. And then you use some of that extra stuff to get like a little bit of block, and you get some block. You have a much easier time with suppression because you can get it on your shield. But yeah, that's kind of what I wanna mess around with. Why non-crit though? Because you don't actually need to go crit. Phoenixia threw together a POV that showed that you can get quite a bit of damage with non-crit. Crit's actually the main reason you go crit. Oddly enough, is because there's just not a lot of good support gems. But we need to see the patch notes, and we need to see like what's available before I really make that decision. Because if there's even like one support gem that works for the build, non-crit actually becomes like super viable. Yeah, but we don't have any ailments to apply as Steel Champ. Yeah, block was the thing that I think you didn't have that I wanted to try to get a little bit of. Damn, dude, I can't. I don't have lightning resist apparently. No, I have 54. Why is she wrecking me? Hello? Is it because I don't have an exorable yet? Just like that one ability that she has just destroys me, dude. Look at how much damage she's doing to me. I know I have like 864 health, but like, come on, dude. No one else is doing this much damage to me. Even Piety wasn't hitting me this hard, dude. Why are you slapping my shit in? Cheater. What non-melee starters will you try? Lightning Arrow, maybe Ice Shot, Cold Dot Elementalist, or Trickster, I don't know. Probably Cold Dot Elementalist. Poison, SRS. This is basically the only melee build that I'm actually going to be League Star testing. It's the only melee build that's actually halfway decent, so yeah. Corrupting Fever do any good on Steel Champs? No, you wouldn't want Corrupting Fever on Steel Champ. Makes very little sense. Lightning Strike, Molten Strike, Poison? We'll see. I kind of wanted to mess around. If I have time, I might do this next league, but I kind of want to mess around with a like Poison Splitting Steel Pathfinder, something like that, just for memes. Why no Cold Dot Champ? You could probably run Cold Dot as a champion, to be honest with you. You could probably do it. I need better flasks. What do you refer to with Cold Dot? Creeping Frost, Vortex, Frost Bomb. What's the other one? It's just the Cold Dot abilities. You just stack them. Cold Snap, yeah, that's the last one. Because you can't really just play one of the abilities anymore. You have to play all of them because they're damage over time, which you can stack pretty easily. So no reason not to play all of them. Yep, stop. What the hell, bro? I'm just so not tanky right now. Was it just because I had vulnerability on me? Is that what that was? I guess it was just because I had vulnerability on me. Right, come over here. Or just stay in the vuln zone. I just have no life is the problem at the moment. I mean, damage is kind of low because I haven't updated my weapon in a while. We could try to do that real quick. Did I not do all of them? Oh, there we go. Let's see if we can get a different weapon. Because we haven't updated the weapon in a while. For 38, I think that unlocks the next kind of axe. Shadow Axe, 33. 28, yeah, because we're still using a Gilded Axe, which is pretty low. That doesn't open the next weapon. We'll wait a little bit longer. I don't know that we're gonna get very many teasers for a little bit.
In this moment,
honestly,
you and I will create the most beautiful of nightmares together. Creation? Rather the realm of the gods, isn't it? Bow your head to your one true god.
Now, exile!
Come on. Jesus. Honestly, I think the damage is mostly fine. The problem was just like on those bosses, I couldn't stand still and hit. You know? Like here I can kind of just stand still and hit, and it's not so bad.
Embrace the future.
Getting stun locked. Like when I can stand still and hit, it seems to be fine. D4 1.1.1 patch notes just dropped. Oh, dude, let's go. That's what I've been waiting for.
Nightmare. I gave my life. Nightmare gave me so much more.
Stop running, dude.
You are being selfish. Accept the gift of immortality.
Something nice and simple that can just blast. I mean, that's pretty much what everybody just goes for in PoE at this point, so that's gonna be most builds, I feel.
Is the true
Where am I at
eternal.
here? Especially if I just stand still in the ground effect.
You're so in love with death.
Ah, yes. They buffed the boss HP? Did they really?
You are being selfish.
In the Diablo 4 patch? Is that what you're saying? They really buff boss HP? Holy dude. Yikes. Talking about not having to craft an Ellie bow. Crafting an Ellie bow kind of seems like a big part of playing Ellie bow, right?
Yes.
Alright, we need life pretty badly. I haven't taken very many life nodes. Probably why I'm so squishy. You most likely would take like these life nodes. There's not really a lot of other life nodes available to us right now. My gear also has very little life on it. So I've kind of just been getting screwed on my gear, to be honest with you. I have not found very much good stuff, even though I've been picking up everything. Also, level 80 have 50% increased health. At level 100 have 100% increased health. What the fuck, dude? Why, though? What's, like, the purpose of doing those things? Like, does it do literally anything good besides just fuck people over? Is there any reason whatsoever to make those changes? Like, what the hell, dude? Is this one of those situations where the devs see like a clip of somebody one-shotting their boss and think that's just the standard that everybody does? Is it one of those situations? Is this a Shaper situation? I honestly think to this day one of the worst things that ever happened with bossing was that someone at GGG got butthurt that Shaper was being phased before like the phases could happen, and they like put in a 99.9% damage reduction modifier on him because of that. Like, is that what happened? That's so silly, dude. Making some questionable changes. Diablo 4 patch notes. Improve late game survivability mostly through Paragon board improvements. Speed up the flow of combat in the early game by increasing fury generation on basic skills. What did Druid get? Oh, it's a whole bunch of nothing. Nice. Damn, look at that. They did basically nothing. We're increasing monster density in Nightmare Dungeons and in Helltide. Bosses above level 60 will have more health. What the hell, dude? Why, though? What's the purpose of this? Weren't bosses already just pretty tanky before? We are making adjustments to the health values of high-level boss monsters. Level 35 and higher boss monsters now have a 100% chance to drop a legendary. Did they not already? You could easily 2 to 3 shot bosses in game. Isn't that fine? Isn't that like the reason why people play these kinds of games, is to just be able to annihilate shit when you get to super in game with lots of gear? I don't know, increasing the health that much seems a little silly. Seems a little silly. What do I know? I'm a lowly PoE player. But a lowly little PoE player. The true gods of ARPGs over at Blizzard know exactly what they're doing, obviously, and I know very little. Ever so little. My accuracy good still? Yeah. I need life on my gear, bro. My gear, like, the gear that I've just been dropping has had no life, no resistances, no anything. I think a lot of the time the balance of a game should be around the 1%, right? Because that's just kind of what makes sense, but you have to not screw over everyone else at the same time. Like, you do have to strike some kind of a balance. Just because there's a small subset of people abusing one thing and making something ridiculous, the change that you make has to affect only those people, right? You can't just make some random giant change that affects everyone all of a sudden. I don't think PoE 2 looks like an MMO at all. If you inserted, like, Dark Souls into there instead of MMO, I would agree with you, but I don't think it looks like an MMO at all. Alright, give me a good ring. What do we need? Fire lightning. It's already what's on this ring. Fire and lightning. All right, either of these good? That's pretty good. Just put life on it. You think it means the slow gameplay, not the actual look? I don't think that MMOs inherently have like slow gameplay. At least not in my opinion. Let's at least stop trolling and put some life on some of this stuff, I guess. Might as well. And the life rolls are just so low on all of my gear. Just so low. Slow methodical gameplay, every boss you come across has mechanics. Yeah, I don't think it's fair to compare it to an MMO, because when I think MMO, I think of like a lot of the stuff that Blizzard did. Like, something I was talking about earlier was the fascination with like metrics of keeping people playing, right? Like, I think actually GGG cracked the code when it comes to live service games. I don't actually think you want people playing forever in these kinds of games. I think you want them playing for like a month, and then you want them to quit until you have more stuff for them to do. I actually think that's like one of the core components of why GGG does well compared to a lot of other games like this. Because the thing about it is that it seems like the metrics that all of these companies are chasing is like monthly active users at all times. Like how long they log in, how long they play, and how much money they spend on MTX, right? But I think the problem is that when you try to get people to play for super long amounts of time and focus on those metrics instead of like them actually just enjoying the game, you get into this situation where you start putting in tedium bullshit that nobody actually wants to try to force those numbers up. Because in the short term it works, but in the long term it just makes people quit. So it's like, with GGG, they try to just make like a good patch that people will enjoy, and while people are enjoying the game for a month, they buy a bunch of MTX, or they buy a supporter pack, or they buy whatever else, right? And that makes sense, and I think that's probably the main reason why GGG has done well with the whole live service model thing. Is because people like being able to take a break and come back. Instead of, you know, Diablo being like, oh, well, you know that renown thing that you had to farm that was really annoying? Well, we're resetting that for the season and you're gonna have to do it again. Like, ah, okay, cool. And it does kind of worry me a little bit in that regard about PoE 2, because they talked about how they're putting like unique effects, like unique additional buffs on optional bosses, and it's like, yeah, so that means it's not optional, right? Because now it feels like every character is just gonna have to like go around and do this like parade of killing a whole bunch of optional bosses, which maybe it's fine, but I'm not so sure. All right, so now we have endurance charges. Make the campaign reward with renown. That's a crazy thought, dude. Yeah, I still agree with that. I think that the only thing that GGG really messed up on was making it so that the characters in the showcase were so weak. Like they just tilted the scale a little bit too far in that direction, in my opinion. They should have made them look a little bit better. Like that demonstration with Neon was very rough. It was very, very rough. And they say they have a chance for giving permanent bonuses? No, I thought it was like you kill it and it drops an item that gives you the bonus. It was a green item, which was a quest item. You're too slow. Crypt Spears did more damage than Sorcerer spells. Yeah, which I thought was fine. The balancing is obviously going to be off, but like the Crypt gameplay looked so much better than like all of the other stuff. Like I don't know, man. Seemed very strange. Also, I watched Subtractem's video about what happened with PoE Mobile, and that's so unfortunate, dude. So unfortunate for him and everyone involved. Because apparently there was a third party at the venue, right? That was like doing a lot of the production work stuff, yeah? And the day where they did the dry run, right? Where they like went in ready to check everything, they used an HDMI cable connected to the phone, right? And it worked perfectly fine. And then when they got there the day of, apparently the people who were running it were like, oh, no, we don't have an HDMI cable for you, unfortunately, but we do have Apple TV that you can stream it to wirelessly. And yeah, it was just a nightmare because that was like messing with the game's ability to like render properly and a whole bunch of other stuff. So it's like, yeah, that was just a big fucking mistake on the part of the third party company. That's what you get having third party people do shit, unfortunately. Karma for working on Farmville, true, dude. Actually, that's what he gets, loser. All right, where was I going? Okay, so we want this. Then I need to grab some life, and then I need to head over to 40% more damage. Well, it would have had to be a very specific HDMI cable, so I could see them not having it. But like, if you're like a production company that does things like that, I would have every cable known to man just on hand at any given time, right? That would be me, but you know. But that's just me. I like being prepared for stuff, and apparently they don't want to be prepared for stuff, which, I mean, more power to them, dude. It depends on what kind of phone it was, because you would need like an HDMI cable that would go to, what phone were they using? I don't know what kind of phone they're using. Were they using an iPhone? You'd probably need like an HDMI to lightning cable or some shit. I don't mess with iPhones, so I don't actually know. I'm dying. Yeah, you need like a lightning to HDMI. That doesn't seem like a crazy cable to have if you're doing like mobile gameplay, right? That doesn't seem like a crazy cable to have for me, but I mean, it's just Apple being Apple. They want like the complete monopoly on the third-party stuff and being able to make dog shit connectors that have to be replaced every 5 days because it makes them a ton of money. Well, Europe is gonna drag them through the fucking mud until they do USB-C, man. When it comes to a lot of tech shit, Europe is literally like the only reason why we have nice things. Did I go far enough? No. They'll make phones purely wireless before they switch to a USB-C cable? Probably, dude. Is it actually just right here? I thought that I would need to go down a little bit more, but I guess not. We need life. I just do not have enough life right now. I think Apple does a lot of things right, and people do like Apple, but I personally think that Apple products are pretty subpar in the like durability category. That's kind of why I don't like them. Like I love Goob, but I would never want her to ever have an iPhone because I'd have to replace it like every 3 months. Because like we already replaced her phone that is not that, you know, like is actually relatively durable. It still needs to be replaced like once a year. But yeah, like the fact that iPhones still like crack when you look at them wrong is pretty insane to me. And yeah, Apple wants to keep you in their ecosystem. They don't want you to be able to easily escape, right? But at the same time, the Apple ecosystem is actually pretty good, right? Like it's nice that everything just kind of works, right? It is very nice when stuff like that just works, right? Like what's it called? Like things like having like the Apple AirPod Maxes where you can just like swap seamlessly between different devices and such without really anything having to happen, right? Like stuff like that is pretty cool in my opinion. Just being able to like be on like an iPad Pro and then swap to your computer and it just kind of seamlessly swaps over if you want it to. That's definitely cool, but I will happily give that up for, you know, not a phone that just falls apart. Like I bought a Samsung tablet, right? I have the Samsung, I think it's the S8 Ultra or whatever it is, because I needed it for remote working. And I have that. Why is he running so much, dude? I have that, and Goob has like an iPad Pro or something, and her iPad Pro is literally like bent in the middle. And we haven't like used those things any more than the other. Like I think we got them around the same time and like used them around the same amount. But her iPad Pro is literally like bent in the middle. Like it's like almost like a curve at this point. And it's got like a bunch of like random breaks and things on it and all kinds of problems. And mine is pretty much immaculate. Even though mine has probably seen more like durability test stuff than hers ever did. What happened with Attempt 1? Nothing. I mean, Attempt 1 went okay. We're just redoing it with better knowledge now. I'm probably gonna die to this. Or not. Yeah, this boss is really bad for Boneshatter. Because you can't stay still, ever. Like look at how much he just moves around, dude. Actually so annoying. Yeah, just melee things. I definitely felt like I was doing a little bit more damage last time, but I probably had upgraded my axe more recently. I'll upgrade it after this, because I think I have an upgrade. Yeah, I need to make it a point to upgrade my axe significantly more often. You just kind of have to. You plan to do the Lance map progression thing? You talking about the wandering path thing? Yeah, probably. All you're doing is giving me the impression that Goob abuses tech. Her phone, absolutely. I'm dead here. Or not. Her phone, absolutely, but her tablet, no. She doesn't use her tablet that often. Yeah, the stash recipe. Okay, nothing really good here. Wait, let's go see if we can upgrade the axe. We want this. Oh, got that. Okay. Who do we buy from? Is it? Oh, it's what's his name. I have to like go forward a little bit. I was like, who do I buy a weapon from? And it's this lad, Bannon. Where Bannon? All right, let's see. 33. All right, 41. Here it is. Timber axe.
Good luck out there.
So, do we have a good amount of these? We do. All right. Maybe 4. One of these. Do we find any essences? Still no essences, really. Kind of crazy that I haven't seen any essences recently. Can use this binding orb. I'd use the binding orb on a helmet. My helmet's really bad.
Freedom comes to them. Remember.
Let's get a random armor helmet and use it on there. Needs to be white, and of course, none of those are white.
Don't ever give up.
Greetings.
Right. Hallowed life flask. Alright, so
Freedom comes to them.
rustic sash, no rustic sash, of course. Fire class mine looks pretty good. It's a good looking ability. It feels pretty bad a lot of the time, is always the thing that Pyroclast Mine suffers with. Really? They have to both be blue? Because like later on, the gameplay of Pyroclast Mine feels pretty bad. Both blue again? How did yesterday's push go? It went fine. We decided that we were going to redo it because we're going to do the other mapping strategy, and the damage was pretty much fine though.
Remember to live.
Alright, so we have to use our alchemy unfortunately here. Okay. And then, alright.
The spirit hunts with you.
Okay, so 88 to 182. Pretty huge damage upgrade, honestly. Like, pretty fucking massive. I don't have a regal, so the question is, we could craft attack speed, but it's 6 of these. Is that worth? Probably not at this point, but maybe. We do get a ton of those, so maybe we just craft attack speed. This will last us for a while. Yeah, this should be like a massive upgrade in damage. 2200 to 3200, yeah. Should be way better now. We hadn't upgraded our axe in a while. I said I was going to do it before, but we weren't able to. Why no aug? Because I wanted to craft the attack speed. If I had augmented it and it was bad, it would have felt pretty bad. If I had a regal, then I would have augmented regaled it and then crafted whatever. But I did not have one. But I did not have a regal. Not sure it was worth traveling to the other side of the world, but it was cool. Yeah, it's a lot of travel, dude. Like, if I had, you know, an extra $4,000 on me, I probably would have still done it. Would have been good for networking stuff, good for just, like, having fun and all that kind of good stuff, but, yeah, 4,000 bucks? We're rough, dude. I get to just sit at home and be upset instead. Nice. We're gonna be doing Cold Dot, Lightning Arrow, or Ice Shot. I'm not exactly sure which of those I want to mess around with. We're gonna be doing Poison SRS. What else? I think that's all I have on my list for right now, right? I think there was one more, but I can't seem to remember it off the top of my head. SSF for trade. We do most of the testing in SSF, but the builds are gonna be made for trade. I think it's a decent idea. Oh yeah, Toxic Rain Totems is one that we're gonna do. I think it's a pretty decent idea to at least do like an SSF test on most builds for League Start, right? Like, I think it's a decent idea to at least try it. Not all builds are gonna work that way, but it is more synonymous to a League Start experience than other things are. Do you mind sharing your hideout? I think my hideout is just a random one from the website, like the hideout showcase website or whatever it is. I think it's just for there. Message me on Discord because I have to like export a file and give it to you. So message me on Discord later tonight when I have a little bit of time. I'll do it. All Apple tech I had is pretty much indestructible. I heavily disagree there. Like, the back of Apple phones these days are like, you like look at it wrong and it shatters into a million pieces. Well, yeah, you have like ancient iPad and ancient iPhone at this point. It's something that's happened like in the last couple of years is when it has been getting worse. Like, back then it wasn't a big deal, but now they literally just put like a thin glass back on the phones now. For what reason? Just so that it breaks. Like, I can't see any other reason for them to put like such a thin breakable piece of glass on the back of the phone. Well, supposedly EU is going to force them to do removable, or rather replaceable batteries here soon, so we'll see how that goes. We'll see if that goes well. Probably not. Waterproofing's actually pretty nice, in my opinion. Like, it's nice to just know that I can, like, if I'm in the shower and I have my phone, like, on the counter outside, I could just, like, grab it and use it real quick if I absolutely had to. Like, that's kind of nice. I don't mind it. Whether or not they'll find a way to make the batteries removable while still being waterproof, yeah, I don't know. They'll just need to find a way where when you connect the battery into the phone, that connection is secure somehow. I don't know how they'll do it, but you'll probably need to like purchase some kind of adhesive or something. But yeah. Superior Headsman Axe. Headsman is a lower level one, yeah? I think? No, it's 45. I'm so glad I picked that axe up. Holy shit. What the fuck? Okay, dude. We can craft percent fizz on that axe and have it be god tier, dude. Like, look at that beast. Without percent fizz, it's still doing that much damage. Crazy. Punch me, Katava. Come on, dude. Yeah, the only problem with Boneshatter is you're still painfully melee, right? Like, it is very good for melee, right? But it's pretty, it's still pretty melee. Yo, what's up, gamer? Monka, yes, sir. Come on, can I survive? Wasn't too bad. Yeah, the problem here is that, like, I went over to the right first last time, and that definitely felt much better on damage, but the clear is fine. It's just this single target. Oh, they're talking about it because it's just in the news recently. It will probably do nothing like every other regulation for those kinds of things has done. Just one of them things.
The flame
Yikes.
may flicker, but it cannot be extinguished.
Resistances obliterated. Need to be 45 to use that, right? Okay. Alright, we gotta fix resistances, which means I probably need a new set of gloves. New helmet would be pretty big too. We'll probably go helmet. I need to buy a random armor helmet and use that binding orb I have on it. Okay. Random armor helmet, go. Armor evasion's probably okay. I would have preferred straight armor. This is probably fine. It's the only thing I can really get at the moment anyways. Okay.
Stay sharp out there.
Binding orb, go. Pretty good. Okay, that works. So now we can move this link here. That helmet on. Swap this to... Wait, what? Not enough dexterity for Blood Rage. Right, and then we need better gloves because these gloves are horrifically bad. These are better. There's something, but they have like no sockets. Okay, that's good. Let's see. Special Cry can go in there. Blood and Sand and Sunder can go in there to make things easier. Berserk can go there. Don't need Seismic Cry anymore. Multiple totems I do need to level up. Don't need this anymore.
Come to hear your
Give all of this. Don't need that anymore. Don't need that. Don't need that. Okay. Alright, where are resists at now? Lightning resist is low. Very low. Okay. Gotta do the lower ones. Okay, I need new boots pretty bad. This doesn't have an open suffix. This doesn't have an open suffix. No open suffix. We're gonna need a new chest piece, it seems. Because those resists are not good. Not good at all. We'll have endurance charges, so that's something. But that's looking pretty monk W, if I do have to say so myself. Put Berserk there. Put that there. Aura. Okay, and Ancestral Cry there. Gonna need to get some resistance, which means we're gonna need a better chest piece. Better chest piece, just better gear in general. We've been really unlucky with like the rest of our normal gear this time around. Our weapon's been mostly okay, but our normal gear luck has been real bad. Like most of the stuff I found has just been complete and utter garbage. Real bad. Wait, wrong way.
My money is gone.
Can't really drop this too easily compared to the other stuff that I have. It doesn't have a total lot of res, but I haven't found any other rings with good resistance, to be honest with you. Like they're just not dropping, right? Like I've been picking up every single ring, I've been picking up all that shit, and it's just not dropping. So there's just not a lot that I can do when the items just don't present themselves, you know? Like I'm using the rings that have the most resistances on them right now that I have. Because yeah, like my gear is as good as it's gonna get right now. It's pretty bad. Like I'm not farming because we're not in hardcore, and I refuse to do that. So we kind of just have to go forward with what we got, and what we got right now is pretty mid. No life, not really much resistances to speak of. I found good weapons though. That's something. Saw that a solid 1/3 of my gear was white or worse. Yeah, I mean, up to that point, it's not like a huge deal. But like, as soon as you do finish off Katava, you know, it's about time that you need to fix your resistances at the very least. I don't have any life flasks. Yeah. I'm gonna miss death rushing, to be honest with you. Oh fuck, I got hit by that? Really?
I cannot do this yet.
I'm gonna miss death rushing. Oh, I need the Tukohama thing. Don't I? Tukohama is like the the what's it called while stationary, yeah?
The soil wants for your blood no more. Lions.
Yep. That's pretty big here. You think they've still got something in the works? I think we'll hear more about 3.22 over the coming days. I think there's probably a lot of good stuff that they still have yet to announce, but I don't know that it's going to be anything like mind-blowing. I'm not sure that's going to be the case. I don't want to fight that thing. It's such a nightmare to fight. It's probably this one. Yeah, I don't know that they're gonna have anything mind-blowing. Jade flask. I need to roll my flasks. That would help quite a bit with survivability. Need to get like one instant flask because I haven't had one yet. Ooh, did I go the wrong way? That would be so sad. It's like it. Unless this like cuts off to the left here. Yep, wrong way. Feels bad. It's up here. Like what kind of surprise could they even have? Like, I know we're gonna get to see all of the new like support gems, or we're gonna get to see the keystones, but we already kind of know about those. I'm just hoping that they're good and impactful and, you know, have like decent sized changes built into them. But I wonder if there's any kind of like big new mechanic they haven't revealed. Like, are we gonna get something there? I don't know. Why's your username Big Ducks? It's not really too interesting of a story, if I'm gonna be honest with you. I've told it a couple times, but essentially, I was playing Warcraft 3 back in the day, and you could use a name spoofer. And, yeah, I got my name reset, so I needed a new one, and me and my friends thought it would be funny if you change one letter in the word Big Ducks, you get something else. That's the origin. Yo, what's up, Honra?
Oh, yes, Daddy. I want to get my bones shattered by a gargantuan duck, please.
I don't know about that one, gamer. You'll have to ask Goob first. Appreciate you for the 20 months. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Make sure to pet ducks in the chat as well. Ooh, a mega nerf patch, huh? True, dude. It's coming. Like, well, we've simply decided melee is too strong. So we're taking even more attack speed away from melee. You're welcome. We had such a positive reaction to the speed of the gameplay in Path of Exile 2 that we've decided to implement some of those changes in PoE 1. We have now removed an additional 20% attack speed from all attacks. Because you guys know that most like melee attacks and stuff already have like a huge attack speed penalty, yeah? Like that's just like built into most of the gems. There's like a huge attack speed penalty. Like what's Boneshatter? Boneshatter is 85% of base attack speed. Yep. Good. Good. Oh, yo, an essence? Finally? Oh, and it's like the worst essence possible. It's the turkey cage. I'm ready to die. Damn, I sure do love extra life turkey cages. These things are already tanky, like from the jump, let alone with extra life and it being an essence mob. God. least it dropped a lot of stuff. That's good. It isn't even done logically. Why would it be? Where's the logic behind a lot of stuff that happens, dude? I think that some nerfs are okay, but I don't like love nerfs or anything. Like I'm not like, holy fuck, that nerf is so good, dude. I'm so excited that that got nerfed. It's very rare that I feel that strongly about it, right? Let's see. So we probably just go this way now, right? Probably just start heading this way. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why there's such a huge attack speed penalty. Like, in some cases, I'm happy that there's nerfs. Like, when something is oppressive, like Seismic Trap was for so long, and Seismic Trap is still fine. So yeah, it's like, it doesn't really make a ton of sense. But like, why nerf things that are only like slightly too strong? Why destroy them? That's what I've never understood. I don't know. Slightly weird to me when they do stuff like that. Massive historic quantity and quality bonus. Yeah, dude, that change was just like, what are you doing, brother? Hello? And the funniest part about that, right? The funniest part was that so many people were like, yeah, something's wrong. Like, loot is definitely not the same that it was before, right? So many people were saying that. And there were still people who were like, nah, dude, this always happens. You're just bitching, get good, play the game better, loser, right? There were so many people. And then it comes out that, wait, no, yeah, they like nerfed loot more than they ever have before. But item filter, the should be official item filter from Neversink, which is filterblade.xyz. It should essentially just be the official one at this point. Yo, imagine that Filterblade doesn't come over to PoE2 and he just says fuck it, and then GG actually has to make a good filter. That'd be the day, huh? It wasn't that they like that stuff works now, that's fine, but the problem was is they removed it, didn't say anything, and then it took them how many patches to fix it, right?
Not you. My life will be work. I shall not suffer this humiliation again.
Yeah, my perspective on the whole, like, I don't even know what you want to call it, free game no bitching thing. Damn, dude. I know I don't have a lot of life, but holy shit. Like, my perspective on it is like, as much as you want to be happy about the game and you want people to leave you alone about being happy about the game, why don't you just let people bitch about the game? Like, what does it matter, dude? Like, does it matter if some random people are unhappy and they just want to complain for a little bit? You know, just let them complain, dude. Like I said to that guy yesterday, like, if you're tired of people complaining, do you think calling them babies and telling them to get over it fixes anything? I don't really think it does. So it's like, I don't know, man. I think the best course of action is like, if people are upset, just let them be upset. Like, nothing that you can say or do will fix the reason that they're upset. So like, why are you antagonizing them? It's just going to make them more upset, and it's going to make people fight more over it, right? It doesn't do us any good at all. Like, no positive effects come from like complaining that people are complaining, right? Just let them complain, dude. Come on, dude. I need to get Warlord's Mark. Cast one damage taken. Cause yeah, it's like, just let people be upset. Like, telling them that they're a baby and to get over it is just going to make them more upset, and it's going to make them take your opinion less seriously in the future, right? You know? Like, people get so tribal and defensive over shit that's like so completely irrelevant to their experience. Like, just let the people be upset about it. Like, who cares? The reason, I've said this a couple times, but the reason why it's such a problem in PoE and why people get so just like dogmatically defensive about the game sometimes is because this game like manipulates RNG to like, and gambling to like such a crazy extent that people are like just literally addicted to it, right? And if they are so addicted to the game and they spend so much time, that reflects them as a person, right? So if you say in any way that the game that they have literally dedicated their entire life and being to is bad, you're attacking them personally, because that's all they do every single day, is literally the only thing that they play all day, every day, right? So it's like, you can see why some of these people get upset, but that's the reason why it's more so of a problem in PoE than maybe some other places. Like, out of curiosity, Trainwrecks streamed yesterday, and I hadn't seen him stream in a while. And he just streamed some like random gamble shit, right? And I was watching it, and it was interesting when I was watching him play the gamble stuff because I was curious. It was interesting how invested I started feeling, even though I know I didn't care about it. It was like my brain just liked it like a lot. Yeah, like it like really loved the whole idea and everything of what he was doing. It's like, man, I really want to see him get like a really big win, right? Like, look at all these flashing lights and colors and noises and everything. It all sounds so perfect to get big win, right? Like, just give me big win. And I realized how easy it would be for people to fall to that, because I don't fall to it, because, you know, I understand it. I know that those like gambling websites and everything are literally like algorithmically designed to make them money. You literally cannot make money playing like gambling on a website. It just doesn't happen, right? But I still understand why people like it, right? Like, you start to kind of get it a little bit. I go to a casino when you can play PoE. Some streamers don't tolerate Reddit complaints in their chat. I mean, if they don't want to tolerate that, that's fine, but they're just going to make more people upset at the end of the day, right? Take the opinions of people who always complain less seriously. You can't actually be upset all the time. At some point, you're just faking it. Well, I guess it depends, right? If they're upset all of the time, that would be one thing, but what's all of the time? Like, what's your definition of all of the time is what I would say. Because like with PoE, like being upset for one patch is probably not unreasonable, right? It's a massive dividing line during the 3.14 harvest nerfs. A lot of streamers just went, you see this is good, stop being a baby, stop bitching. Yeah, and I absolutely despised when people did that shit. Interested in checking out a 3D printed X orb my wife had made for me. Ooh, let's see here. Yo, let's go. That actually looks pretty good. Does it connect? I see the seam line through the middle. It seems too perfect. Like, I feel like you gotta get some, like... You gotta, like, get your hands all, like, greasy and rub it a little bit. Like, I feel like it's too perfect. I feel like it needs some use. It needs to exchange hands a little bit. What do you despise? What do I despise? There's very few things in this world that I despise. Like, despising something takes a lot of energy, and I don't really like spending my energy on despising something. I might have used the word despise, but I don't like... I don't know. I think that it's, like, not a good idea. What I was saying about before is that it's not really a good idea to... If someone is complaining about something, it's not really a great idea to tell them that they're a baby and to stop bitching. That's not really going to fix anything. It's not going to do any good. It's just like an emotional response to whatever they're doing, right? Despise criminals? Depends on what you mean by criminals. Because, like, technically someone who smokes weed here in Florida just randomly is a criminal. Do I despise that person because they want to fucking smoke weed? No, not really. I don't really care. Had a guy in my WoW guild make that exalted orb in his 3D printer, ended up using a mix of gold and black brown filament. Yeah, I think that'd be pretty interesting. You don't say that for them to fix the issue, you tell them that to insult them because they're annoying you. Yeah. So it's like, the problem with it is that I don't think that people who complain about complainers are any better than the complainers themselves. They basically are like at the same level in my mind, right? Reminder that a PoE player who just complains constantly likely still grinds the game. People just don't talk a lot about positive experiences. Negativity is a lot easier to focus on. It's just because there's a reason why like the news cycles and everything are what they are, is just because like negativity is much more prevalent in our brains. We are big warring monkey ape. It is what it is, you know?
With the road to the Frisian forest clear.
Okay.
Who'd have thought of hell?
Is what we are. Alright, so we can use this weapon now. Depends on what they're complaining about and how. I don't know. I mean, it doesn't really matter much to me in that regard. Pretty good. 132 to 206, and it's faster. Let's go, dude. But yeah, I'm more so just talking about like when people, like say in 3.15, right? In 3.15, a bunch of people were complaining about the game, yeah? I think it was fair that people were complaining about the game. But there were just people who were like complaining and such and being upset about stuff, and then there was this like small subsect of people who are like, yo, free game, no bitching. Stop complaining. The game's fine. Stop complaining, dude. You're a bunch of fucking babies. Come on, just get good. Learn whatever's new. And it's like, that person is just as annoying, if not more annoying, than the person who's just like, man, I really fucking hate these changes. This game sucks, right? Both of those people are annoying to me. Like I try to be constructive most of the time, and sure, like I think everyone's gut reaction when something bad happens that they don't like is to just bitch about it, right? But after like the initial round of bitching, I attempt to be constructive most of the time, right? But yeah, it's like I think those two groups of people are like equally annoying most of the time. Like, why are you complaining about someone else complaining? Most likely the person complaining is upset because something changed that they don't like, so let them like complain. It's fucking cathartic, you know? But it is what it is. What can you do? Unfortunately, the mass of the PoE like streamer online community is just going to be like, ah, yeah, you would say that, Big Ducks, because you complain fucking constantly. All you do is complain about PoE, when not actually the case. 3.19, yeah, I complained a fuck ton about the game because I thought it was like actually breaking it. And it looks like GGG agreed with me, so it is what it is. Why can't we skip the initial round of bitching and go to the logical part right away? Because we're emotional creatures that are more multifaceted than just like straight logic rocks, you know? What happened in 3.19? Lots of things. Big Ducks is drama farming. Yeah, true. That's me, dude. Inciting hate mobs. Because I made a joke to Bex on Twitter. Gonna be hand in hand with Path of Math there, bucko. Better watch out. How dare you make a funny joke to Bex on Twitter? How dare you? Why share why share that? What good does that do? It makes me feel better. It makes the human feel better. Because like, once again, we are social, emotional creatures that want to connect with other people. It's the whole reason why React content does well. Is because you want to see if other people agree with your like gut emotional response, and you want validation for your gut emotional response. I'm sure It's not like the most constructive thing to do, of course, but you know, we don't always do things just because they're constructive. Other dude complaining about complainers is the one that's obnoxious. It depends on how the initial person is complaining. Like, someone who's just upset about changes and is just like, yeah, this shit fucking sucks. I do dislike them a little bit less than people who are like, stop complaining, free game, no bitching. You know, I guess that's just me. Because it's like, I can be upset about something, right? Like, if I'm genuinely upset about something for some kind of good reason that affects me, then I don't really think there's anything wrong with that. Like, I'm just upset, you know? So if I insult someone's mother, I expect to be insulted back. I mean, essentially, I guess it depends on how you feel about certain things. Like, I think, like, needlessly insulting people over immutable characteristics is pretty shit, right? Like, I don't think that that's, like, a great thing. You can comment on them, but, like, just, like, insulting them is pretty shitty. But one thing about being a streamer, content creator, whatever, being a public-facing figure is that you just kind of have to expect that those things are going to happen. And realize... I think it was a quote from Joe Rogan that actually, like, made me feel slightly better about that whole thing, is that most of these people who make these, like people who are like, haha, bald, haha, loser, those kinds of comments, most of those people are just upset, right? Like, they're just upset with something that's going on in their life and it makes them feel better to call some random person bald on the internet. It has nothing really to do with you most of the time. Like, it just doesn't really matter, right? So as long as you realize that, you know, they're probably just very unhappy in their life and saying that makes them feel better, then let them feel better. I mean, who really cares at the end of the day, right? It is what it is. I try not to take it personally. Makes me happier that way to just not worry about those kinds of comments whenever they happen. 'Cause fuck, I am bald, dude. Oh, you're complaining because you're upset? I wouldn't really say that I'm complaining right now, right? I agree with you. Yeah, it was still a dumb thing to do. Like, you definitely shouldn't have said it. It's not like a good thing to say. It's not a nice thing to say, especially in front of thousands of people, right? I don't think the thing that he said was said in, like, a moment of him, like, actually hating Chris. It was definitely still a fucking stupid thing to say. He had a heated gamer moment, as they called him. Yeah, I was talking about Path of Math. That's what the conversation was about. I mean, I kind of disagree with the you can't always filter your words live. Like, he definitely should not have said that. There's no reason to say that. It's just a shitty comment, right? But yeah. I think that GGG was well within their rights to do whatever they wanted to do there. I probably wouldn't have taken it so personally because it is what it is, but I get why they did. Because the thing about it is that there are a bunch of, like, non-public facing figures that are in GGG that have gotten heat and gotten, like, upset over the things that have been said. And I think if you just allow those things to be said without doing any kind of punishment, I think that unfortunately he was kind of the martyr in that regard. Like, I think he was just kind of a martyr there. Like, he was just the one that kind of had to be sacrificed, unfortunately, because they wanted to make that statement and say, hey, we're not cool with this shit, you guys need to fucking stop. But yeah. I'm getting freeze locked, man. Oh. Yeah, I don't know. Permanent ban forever. I mean, it's because it was like a sequence. Like, it wasn't the first thing that he had said. It wasn't like his first offense, you know? It was like second or third offense at that point, so that's why it was a permanent ban. Oh, it's this motherfucker. That's who was freezing me. Please. How far down the regression lane can we go? Complaining about complaining about complaining, complaining about complaining about complaining about complaining. As far as we want, dude. The rabbit hole goes deep. You notice since the Reddit riot about the nurse, Pee-wee staff no longer talks in Reddit? I don't know why they ever talked in Reddit in the first place. It's kind of just, I guess, where the community was, but honestly, I don't even go on Reddit anymore. I 100% completely stopped using Reddit after they changed the thing with third-party apps. I just don't use the website anymore at all. Like, I actually just don't touch it. I don't know why they ever used Reddit in the first place for like official announcements and stuff like that. I always thought that was super silly. Like, I thought they should have used like their own website or something to talk about that kind of thing. But I mean, I get why Reddit ended up being used, just because it was where a lot of the community ended up being, and it was a good forum to use those things in. But I don't know. If they would have had like an actual forum made that was good, then maybe we wouldn't have those kinds of issues. But I mean, I get it, right? They post it on the official site too on Twitter. Not always, no. There's been so many changes that have literally only been mentioned on Reddit. So many of them. And there's so many like bits of information that's only been mentioned on Reddit, to the point where they started having to make news posts specifically talking about the stuff that they said on Reddit. Like, they eventually had to start doing that because they did it so often. But Reddit is better than Pee-wee forums? Yeah, because the Pee-wee... Really, dude? Because the Pee-wee forums are dog shit. Pee-wee forums are terrible. I have no resist, man. There's no excusing how terrible the Pee-wee forums are. Like, absolutely not. Literally zero excuse.
Born of ocean's mire, and death washed clean of darkness.
Hold on to you.
Isn't their whole site maintained by like one dev? I don't know. I'm not sure. Whatever it is, it needs a facelift. Do you think the best league starters are going to be? I'm not sure. We have to wait until we actually see patch notes.
Remember to live.
Got to wait, gamer. Not great. Also not great. I can keep that for crafting a weapon later, maybe.
Goodbye.
Yeah, I have unfortunately been getting like unbelievably unlucky with a lot of the stuff here. I never am going to deal critical strikes. More recovery while in low life. I mean, that's something. Yeah, I've been unfortunately getting insanely unlucky here. Okay. Like, the gear that I've been dropping just had like no life, no resist whatsoever. I've checked so much. Yeah, it was pretty crazy to me that the team was so small. I mean, it shows, right, with how like unfinished a lot of the products that we're launching were. It definitely shows. It makes more sense now. But they definitely did a good job at some points. Yeah, I just don't go on Reddit anymore. Like I said, ever since they like got rid of third-party apps, essentially, I have no real reason to go on Reddit because their app is fucking terrible. Like, it's so bad, dude. It's like they just don't want it to be good.
I cannot do this yet.
I'm honestly not on the computer that much outside of streaming stuff and like working. I'm genuinely just not on the computer that much. To be honest, I don't see a difference. See a difference in what? What are you talking about? Website version? Oh, the website's fine. I don't have an issue with the website, right? I have an issue with third-party apps versus the like official Reddit app. The third-party apps are so much better. It's actually insane how much better they are. The Reddit app is dog shit. It's so bad. So I used Reddit as Fun is the app that I used, and it was just so significantly better that's insane, to the point where I couldn't use the normal app, and I actually just stopped going on Reddit on my phone altogether. Like, I actually just completely stopped using the website. I haven't touched it in however long it's been since the change. On the Reddit is Fun app, I never had issues with the video players. Posts load instantly. There was no ads. I had no problems whatsoever. Like, video player just worked perfectly fine. I never had an issue with it. There were so many good features to it that the main Reddit, it's just like the layout, you could edit the layout however you wanted. You could make it so that there were like, that either like the part that you click with the text was on the left or the right. You could do things like, you could change whether or not it had like the little cards. You could change what size the cards were. So if you like, you know, didn't like seeing the giant pictures that previewed whatever it was going to be, you didn't have to see those. You could just turn them off. You can make them bigger. You can make them smaller. But yeah. Because like sometimes when using Reddit on the phone for a long period of time, like my like hand would hurt. If I was like on there for like 20 or 30 minutes, you know, like my thumb would hurt, so I would just swap it to the other side and start using my other hand for the phone. And yeah, can't do that. Okay. Gotta get this node and then I can drop that mana flask. Thank fucking goodness. Almost 4 hours in? Yeah, unfortunately we're going slightly slow. We're not doing super well. If I can get like 5 or 6 hours, that's pretty good for melee, to be honest with you. Like 5 or 6 hours is not bad. For a build that I would be like used to and, you know, set in stone or whatever, I'd probably want to go faster, but for melee, I think this is pretty decent. Like, we're doing all right. I've never claimed to be like a racer or to be like super fast, ever. I'm not. I'm above average, I think, when it comes to like the speed that I do the campaign and stuff, but I should be at this point with how much I've played this fucking game. But yeah, I mean, melee, Omega lol. I need resists real bad, dude. But like none of this gear that I'm finding has any resists. Like I'm even picking up like pieces of gear that I don't really want to have to equip, just to like hope that there is some resistances on it. The PoE 2 experience, boys. What's your main skill? This is Boneshatter. I'm trying to focus a little bit on making sure that I don't slow down too much. The biggest thing about going fast, honestly, in PoE is just to keep moving. That's honestly the best part of it. Like, you can get 70% of the speed that most of the, like, faster people get by just, like, making sure that you keep moving through the campaign and you just keep running. Like, spend your time thinking, like, while moving forward with whatever you're doing, right? It's like, if I am having issues knowing what I need to do next, I just make sure that I keep moving while I do it, right? Because like right now is the time when I'd be thinking, all right, well, I need to do this, I need to do that, and spend as little time in town or in your hideout as possible and just keep going, right? That's really what's just going to push you through. Because if you just do that and focus on just moving, you can get sub 8 hours pretty reliably. Boneshatter's been around for quite a while. It's not like an ancient skill, but it's not super new. It's been around for a decent amount of time. Essentially, the way that Boneshatter works is that it stacks trauma as you hit, and you take more and more and more damage per trauma stack that you have. So it's essentially just beating yourself in the face repeatedly. But the ability does more damage the more trauma stacks that you have, so... Should you ever stop to kill a rare? It depends. Most of the time, killing rares is not worthwhile. If you can kill it in like 2 or 3 swings, sure. Rares are where a lot of the money and like items are like located nowadays. So you don't want to like completely ignore them. But the thing about it is that you also don't want to kill a ton of them, but a lot of it is centralized in the rares now, so you got to kill some. So I mainly just kill the easier ones that are like weaker mob types that don't take a long time to kill. Like if I see like a little like tiny rare mob that's like one of these like little bears or something that just kind of falls over, yeah, I'll probably finish it off. Might as well. But if there's like a big giant bear that's like physical resist and, you know, like extra life or some shit, no, I'm probably gonna skip that. How can I know if I'm addicted to games? You feel bad if you stop playing them? Do you choose to play video games over like hanging out with friends or finding friends or whatever else? Streaming always makes things slower? Yeah, for sure. Because I talk with the chat a lot and we like stop and do whatever. It's not as easy as it might look, chat, like for real. Even when you see people like, the example I always give here is Zizaran, right? Zizaran's actually like really good at the game. Because his ability to talk with the chat actively while playing, it's not easy. Like it really genuinely is not. Where is that rare? That essence mod. Oh, I killed it. Let's see, not high enough level for all of those. Okay. There we go. Like it's not easy to multitask in that regard. Because like a lot of the time, I am just like not even looking at my screen, and I'm kind of just like auto playing, right? Because I'm just looking up at my top monitor, because that's where you are, chat. Man, I'm doing so much damage, dude. Look at me go. But I don't want to be on top. Listen, okay? Being on top is most of the work, chap. People will say things like power bottom when... No, dude. Being on top is most of the work. Let's be real. You're fighting gravity. Trust me, I know. Where is this? This might be my least favorite zone in the game, actually. This right here, now that I think about it, I always kind of just do this zone and don't think about it, but it's actually such a pointless zone. You look young for 48? Aw, damn, dude. I'm actually like 87, so thanks. Have you tried Spectres? Spectres are pretty bad nowadays. I really don't like them. As a boss of the skill book and Fireflies, it's just... This is a zone where you have to complete the whole zone, and it's weird and winding. The boss can be pretty annoying. And it's like a side zone that you have to like go explore, right? Like it's off the path. You can miss it very easily. It's just... I just don't really like this zone. Same reason I don't like the map based off of it. This is one of those zones that a while back they culled, and I think they probably should have culled it again. Like, they could have made the Fireflies drop in the area outside of this, right? Like, they could have just made the Fireflies drop in the area outside of this, and we don't need this zone to exist. That would have been fine. So yeah. Put Gruthful in that area too? Yeah, sure.
I cannot carry this.
A bunch of axes, dude. Damn, unlucky.
Thus I release you from motherhood's rage.
Did I get all the Fireflies? Yes. This is definitely one of the best feeling melee abilities. Definitely is. But it's still melee. It is still very painfully melee. But I do see why people play it. It is the least melee of the melees, for sure. Slams would feel good without war cries? Yeah, they used to. I don't know. That kind of gameplay feel, I just don't really feel works too well in PoE. Because like when you can die at like the drop of a pin, it's like, it's kind of hard to rationalize that. And I think that's what they're trying to go for PoE 2, is they're trying to make it so that things are more fair, I guess you could say. I hope it works out for him. I hope it does well. I hope it ends up being fun. Finally, at long last, you can get rid of this fucking flask, dude. Get out of here, dude. need to, I need to get better flasks this time around. I need to get the taunt flask earlier for sure. Quinn69, the God Gamer. If you had a family member who started streaming, what would you do best to assist them giving 100% go at full-time streamer YouTubing? I actually have experience with this. So the thing about it is that streaming / YouTube is a very, 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 very difficult career, okay? All of the pain and anguish is in the startup, okay? After that, you just get to the maintenance point. The main piece of advice that I have to give when it comes to being a streamer content creator is that you cannot be just a streamer. Unless you are famous in some regard already, you are the best at what you do, you are unbelievably entertaining, or you have something that is unique about you that no one else has, you cannot be just a streamer. The only other way that you can get away with being just a streamer is you have to know people, okay? You need to clout chase like a motherfucker, okay? Or yes, you need to be female and be able to flaunt those assets. That also is unironically a way that you can do it. Yeah, if you are female with no shame, you can be a content creator. You're just gonna have to make a very specific kind of content. That absolutely does work. There are tons of lonely, horny dudes online that will be absolutely willing to shower you with money just for attention. But, and in that case, if you have all of those things, but maybe you don't look super conventionally attractive, become a VTuber. Easy enough. You can always work on your voice. But, the thing that you need to understand about being a content creator is that you need to make some other form of content that brings people to you, that causes people to watch you. I would rather not think or assist in that matter for my sister. I'm unfortunate, but yeah, you need to make some other kind of content, okay? You need to make something that is going to bring people in. So streaming to a stream of 0 people every single day is not going to do anything. What you need to do is you need to spend your time streaming with the purpose of making long form or short form content out of it. You need to grow on something that has an algorithm. YouTube, TikTok, those kinds of places, okay? You need to grow there. And then what you do is that you take that growth from those platforms and you translate it to a streaming platform wherever you want to be. Whether that is YouTube or Twitch or Kick or anywhere else. Yes, you cannot be just a streamer anymore. That's not the way that it works. You can do the work while streaming. That's what I do. I don't really consider myself much of a streamer, right? I think I'm a YouTuber. That's typically what I feel. But the thing about it is that I might as well be streaming while I do the work for it, right? There's no reason not to. But most of the stuff that I do on here is work trying to process all the information that I need to know for the YouTube videos that I make. So yeah, that's the biggest main piece of advice. Is just, you have to grow elsewhere and bring people to your streams from there. You cannot just grow as a streamer anymore. Show us your booba. Even this. There you go, dude. Only watch your YouTube, but I got COVID, so I stuck in bed for a week. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? Is that for the most part, when it comes to like the people that actually watch me, it's almost exclusively on YouTube, right? Like I get that. I know that that's where most of my audience is, and I know that's where most of my like usefulness is, right? Is the stuff in the YouTube creator dashboard actually useful? To an extent, yes. There's one big problem with the YouTube creator dashboard, and that is that it has a, I don't know if FOMO is the right word for it, or algorithm, whatever, acronym. I don't know if that's correct, but the problem with the YouTube dashboard is it is very bad for your mental health. What the YouTube dashboard does, unfortunately, is it constantly ranks you against yourself at all times, and that's really not a good thing to do, if I had to say. I think that you should only really look at your metrics when it comes to your videos occasionally. You shouldn't like hawk them constantly, because if you just watch over them, you will get sick in the head trying to watch those metrics and like min-max them constantly, right? However, there are situations where the YouTube Creator Studio is useful. Like, for example, you might have made a really good video, but you potentially just made a really fucking bad thumbnail, right? Like, I've done that before. The thumbnail that I made for the 3.22 video, that was just fucking bad. I was tired and I just slopped together some shit and thought it would be good, and it was not, right? So I realized that because of the click-through rate on YouTube Studio, and I saw that the click-through rate was really low. So I changed title, I changed thumbnail, and the video started immediately doing better, right? Like, the moment that I changed those things, it started doing better. So that's useful, but you can't let it, sometimes that's not actually going to fix it. Sometimes a video is just going to do worse because that video is just destined to do worse, right? For example, the Splitting Steel video that I made, I knew that that video would not do well. I made it specifically because I wanted to make that video. I was just upset that Splitting Steel was most likely getting deleted as is, and I'm sure there were a couple people that wanted to know that as well. I wanted to get that bit of information out there. I knew it wouldn't do well. So I knew that there was nothing I could really do to make that video perform any better, right? So you have to be able to understand that. Because yeah, I mean, it can turn into a fucking sickness, dude. Like, constantly being compared against your last 10 videos, like, you know how terrible it feels towards the middle of a league to post a video, try really hard on it, and see this is your worst video that you've posted in months, dude. 10 out of 10 or 10 of 10, right? This is like the worst piece of garbage that you've posted in forever. Because the whole goal of that, the reason that it's like that is because it pushes you to make more content if the content that you're making is bad, right? They deleted Splitting Steel in the way that it currently works, sort of, yeah. I would love to do admin to a YouTuber as a support person. I have no intention of doing streaming or YouTubing. The problem with that is that I could do something like that. I actually do a small, I'm kind of pulling back the veil a little bit. I kind of do a little bit of like management for content creator stuff now. I kind of do that on the side, but I can do that because I have the experience doing it. But the thing about it is that it's actually really hard to give people the correct information when it comes to making content if you've never made content yourself. So if you're talking about admin, just like doing like the background stuff, like having to do like the monotonous kind of stuff, sure. But there's not really a lot of that, if I'm gonna be honest with you. The video helped me narrow my choices? Yeah, because I'm almost positive that Splitting Steel is not going to exist as it currently is. Almost assuredly. And I'll make another video if that changes, but the thing about it is that in general, whoa. Why was that like that? In general, you should only really, when it comes to content creation, you should only really listen to someone who's done it before. Like, you shouldn't take advice from just some random nobody most of the time who's never actually done content creation, because it's very different than a lot of people think that it is. Content creation is hard. It's like an absolutely cutthroat business where you are constantly in competition with literally everyone around you at all times. It is not easy, as much as people want to say, oh yeah, streamer, your life is so easy, blah, blah, blah. Sure, once you make it, it's easy. Sure, that's fine. But even then, it's still not that easy. Like, it can get pretty rough, dude. It's not super easy to maintain, because the thing about it is that you will eventually start falling off. If all you do is maintain, you will start falling, right? I think a good example of this is Destiny. I think Destiny has done a pretty good job in the last couple of years at reinventing himself and becoming something new, because like Destiny honestly was kind of just falling off, right? Like, he wasn't really doing very much new, he wasn't really growing a ton, And now, dude is absolutely killing it, right? Like from a content creator perspective, Destiny's fucking killing it. But yeah, I got Mana Leech now, so I don't need the Mana Flask. I got that one small Mana Leech node, and that fixed all my mana problems. I don't need to worry about it anymore. Because you can't do the same thing forever, because people eventually get bored of it, right? Only time he was falling off is when he was playing League with no plans to grow. That's what I'm talking about. the part where he was just sitting there doing nothing and just going through the motions. That's exactly what I was talking about. But he wasn't like really, even beyond that, when he was doing a lot of the political stuff that he was doing, he wasn't really growing, right? Like he was doing well, but he was kind of just maintaining. Now he has seen like meteoric growth. It's like insane how far he's come, right? And the main thing that has pushed him towards that is literally just being willing not to call right-wing people Nazis and talk with them. That's it. That's the only real major change that he's done, right? Is he's just willing to talk to them now. And that's the big change that he did, and his audience has like skyrocketed. Like he's gotten so much bigger. Okay. Let us see. Destiny is like a, do you mean like an SCP? It's got life. It's got 2 big resistances. Oh, I see. Okay. I'm curious to see if it's a far left extremist or a far right extremist that finally gets to him. Yeah. All right. I don't think this is going to be better, right? Because it's too low of a percent fizz roll to be better. Yeah. Yeah, it's too low of a fizz percent roll. Okay, so we need this to be more sockets, but I don't have any good way to make it more sockets, unfortunately. This week has been giving me some time to think about being a project manager, and I really love being able to help my team, but my boss is hating on the fact that I care about my folks too much. Yeah, that's definitely an issue you're going to find in management. Unfortunately, being a good manager, this is coming from someone who I think is a good manager, who I think I was a good manager. Unfortunately, there is this balancing act that you have to do to be a good manager. You are managing the expectations of your boss and your team more so than anything. You are basically just playing like therapist to the people above you and like managing the people below you is essentially what you have to do. Because the thing about it is that if you want your team to do well, you need to make sure that you secure them more money, more funds, better situation, all of that. And to do that, you need to sell the fact that those things are going to be a bonus to the team in some way, or bonus to the company in some way. That's going to be profitable in some way, right? So management, good management, has a lot more to do with it than just like, all right, well, here's when you need to come to work. Stop being bad. Make sure you do your job. That's not managing. That's like a robot can do that, right? Like you just put it in, it's just like, okay, here, we need to fit all these pieces into the puzzle and make sure that people are doing their job. That's not managing. What's the over-under on Totem Explode as a keystone in 3.22? Almost assuredly won't be a thing. It'll probably just stay as what it currently is, and Crucible will go away. They're just pushing into new projects with no new benefits. Yeah, it's just kind of how corporate culture works right now. I'm not exactly super upset that my the company that I did work for like got rid of my department essentially, because it was just not really needed anymore. Wasn't anything having to do with my fault or anything, because I kind of don't have to deal with that. And it's kind of nice not having to have some like random suit above you that you constantly are beholden to. Now I'm just beholden to Twitch chat and other things. I mean, I do other stuff, but you know. Yeah, I think that like the Totem Explode thing, I think it's just gone 100%. Wait, did I find, is this Rigvald's? Damn, dude. Only I was playing swords. If only I was playing swords. Alright, so we're definitely doing better. Like, I think the overall progress right now of the character is going a lot smoother than last time. And we have, like, a really big upgrade that we're about to get, yeah? Like, we have a huge upgrade that we're about to get. Like, we're about to do so much more damage. Like, right now. Yeah. Just an insane amount more damage right now. 40% more. As terrible as customers can be, they can be preferable to a classical boss. Yeah, I was really happy with my boss that I had. He was a cool guy. He's still a cool guy. I talk to him occasionally. But I was pretty happy with my boss. I didn't really have any issues with him, like, as a person. But yeah, I have had some bad bosses. I've had some very, very bad bosses. It's about time to pick up some of those 2 sun rings. I don't know, man. Should I? I could just keep running forward. So I'm not like... Okay, I need to hit the thing. Look at how slow I am, dude. I'm not like having tons of issues, right? Like, I'm clearing pretty well. I'm not really dying too super often. Just to like random bosses occasionally is essentially the only people I'm really dying to. So I don't feel too much pressure to fix anything right now because I don't feel like I have to. Acting manager asked me to give client admin access to some files we manage for a bunch of different clients. After failing to convince her that was a bad idea, I now report to my boss's boss, so the OG team lead comes back. Oof. Yeah, you don't just randomly give people client information, ever. Unless you're selling it for money, and then it's fine. Then it's fine, right? Endurance charge are taping your survivability together right now? Yeah, I agree, and that's fine. Because I pretty much always have them, right? As long as I'm hitting stuff, I have endurance charges. We could probably use second lab relatively soon. Yeah, you guys, if you've never worked in like corporate of anything, you would be shocked at the shit that happens, dude. Like, you think that people are incompetent at like random jobs? It doesn't get better as you go up like corporate ladders and stuff like that. It doesn't get better. If anything, it gets worse. Like, there are so many people that are completely unqualified for the jobs that they do. Like, this even applies to like healthcare and surgeons, doctors, nurses, all this stuff. Just because they have a degree that is difficult to get or requires a lot of money to get, it does not mean that they are good at it. Like, I talked about this the other day, but my mom has like horror stories of like horrific surgeons that she would never, ever, ever let touch anyone she knows, right? But this is a person who spent however much money to go to medical school and went through and passed all of this stuff and became a legit surgeon. There's so many bad ones. Like, it's like scary how many bad ones there are. Like, Goob had to have surgery on her back at one point, right? And there were literally, like, my mom was like, well, which surgeon do you have? Like, tell me the name, because I know them. Because she's a nurse and, like, in this area, right? And she's been a nurse for, like, 20 years, but she's actually, like, a good nurse that is, like, high up in, like, you know, like, she could be a traveling nurse and make $1 bajillion if she wanted to. But she's like, well, which surgeon are you going to? And she's like, oh, no, not that one. Don't go to that one. Absolutely don't go to that one. So it's like, it's crazy how much incompetence there is, even at the highest level of everything, right? Like, people are still just people. They really genuinely are. Project manager with no degree or previous management with over 50 teams and 11 projects. Yeah, I mean, like, I'm not saying you're bad at your job, like, right? Like, there's plenty of people who are also good at their jobs, but, you know. Just because someone is where they are, it doesn't mean that they got there because of, like, them being good at what they did. The job that I got, the last job that I was in, I got it because of who I knew, not because of how good I was at anything. I thought I was good at my job, but I didn't get the job because of knowing stuff. I got it because of knowing people. So yeah. Okay, let's hope this chess piece is good. Oh, this could also be good. Good base. I really want to keep that. Ooh. Chill, bucko. Okay. More Greaves. Nope, and suffix. Rough. But they're better than those, right? Big armor. Yep. Alright, those are bad. Those are also bad. I need to just craft like movement speed on a pair of boots like this though. Alright, we'll keep this. Yeah, there's lots of situations where it's either like nepotism or, you know, their parents had a bunch of money. Like, you want to know something interesting about Netflix? You know how Netflix always just cycles through until they get like the next big thing, but you know how there's always some like stinkers that make it through that you're just like, why is this still a show, right? Like Big Mouth, yeah? Like, do you know why Big Mouth is still a show? Because the guy who makes it, Nick Kroll, his dad's a billionaire. That's why it's still in. Like, I think Big Mouth is like the first season was okay, but it fell off so hard after that, dude. It just started getting weird and creepy and just not good quality, right? Like, at all. But Nick Kroll, his dad's a billionaire. That's why that show is still on Netflix. It's funny because like when the side show for Big Mouth came out, resource management or something like that, where it focused on the monsters. The first season of that was really good, but Goob and I just finished watching the second season, and holy shit, it's like a caricature of itself. Like, it's already so bad, and I was like shocked at how much worse it got. The first season was actually really good. I really liked the one that focused completely on the monsters. I thought it was really good. This second season was like such a stark drop in quality. It was insane. And I'm assuming that's because of all the writer strikes and everything, but like still, it was like mind-blowing how much worse it was. So it's like those kind of stinkers stay online on Netflix and stuff because his dad's a billionaire. And there's shit that is supposed to be shit, just a trend on social media. Oh yeah, Velma. Velma was literally rage bait. That entire that entire show was rage bait. The Witcher, I think, was incompetence. I don't know how, in what world you have a resource like Henry Cavill, right? I don't know how you have such a resource like him and you just forfeit it completely. Can Boneshatter bleed be a thing? Thing like Crimson Dance? Bleed is just not really good in general. I don't know why you'd want to do it with Boneshatter. It doesn't make a ton of sense. It's probably not the way you would want to scale it. Like, could you make it work? Maybe. Would it be good? Probably not as good as normal Boneshatter, right? So yeah. Ooh, brutality. I actually need that. But yeah, I don't know why. Makes very little sense. I haven't consumed any other form of content from that franchise. The games are really good. Like, the games are really, really solid. I think the books are pretty good too. But yeah, it's rough, dude. I actually think Geralt is... I don't know how to explain this, but I think he's not like that crazy good of a main character, but I think the reason why Geralt works in The Witcher is because he's not that like super crazy of a character, right? Like, Geralt's a badass for sure, but he's not super interesting. He just likes fucking a lot of women. He is, you know, like, he has the soft spot for Ciri, and he just likes doing his thing, right? Like, and that's fine. I think that's fine for a character. But he's a good foil for the rest of the people around him, right? When it comes to a lot of shit. So, just, I don't know. They did a huge fucking disrespect with the show. Because, like, they changed a whole bunch of shit that they shouldn't have changed. Same shit happened with, like, Game of Thrones, dude. Show went from being, like, literally a marvel that people could not even believe was so good, and it was like a phenom, right? To being... no one talks about it anymore. What do you dislike about the show? Just how much they just went away from the source material and just made things worse. Like, the stories work for a specific reason. When you start, like, straying so far from that source material that you, like, try to make it something else that it's not, it just doesn't feel good anymore, in my opinion. I'm curious to see what this new Witcher project is, though. The one that, what's it called, working on? CD Projekt Red? They made one foray into not Witcher stuff, and they're like, well, going back to Witcher. Yeah, very strange. Yennefer and Ciri, yes. Like, I like Ciri. I like Yennefer. I think they're good characters. But Geralt is, like, the main reason I like The Witcher. Even if he's not, like, that strong of a main character, him being the focus is still important, in my opinion. Yeah, exactly, right? That's a good way to put it. The classical pillar character, yeah. Where, like, they're not, like, a super strong character, but they're a good foil for all of the people around them. They're a good, like, base to build off of, yeah? Like, that, yeah, like, I definitely like that, yeah. Colonnade? Oh. I guess I should go back. Have you ever read Berserk? Yeah, I read Berserk up to the point where, he got the little fairy.
Why are you still standing?
I think, right? I think that's the point I read it up to. I don't have room to pick up all this stuff. I need to sell. That's definitely still better than what I currently have. Oh, here we go. No open suffix, so it's bad. That's also bad. I'm not gonna use that. Not gonna use that either. Okay. Not gonna use that either. This I could use, but I need it to be linked, and that's not gonna happen too easily. I need to replace these gloves. Like, these have attack speed on them, and that's nice and all. But, like, there's not enough life, not enough resistances. Does this have another resist? It doesn't. Well, I don't know how far the original, like, show, or the original, what do you even call him, artist got. He had an apprentice, but he fucking died, dude. I mean, it's kind of hard to continue Berserk without the guy who, like, made up the entire story, you know? Like, it's pretty tough, I'm gonna be honest with you. Definitely not an easy thing to accomplish. Alright, we need more life. I can't get too much life. What happened to the first attempt at Boneshatter? It went okay, but I definitely didn't have all the right information that I needed to make it work properly, and we're doing it again with better info this time. But yeah, we got to, like, what, D12 maps, I think is what we made it to, and then I was like, well, kind of want to redo this and have a better start. We're gonna use the, I guess it's Wandering Path tech for mapping this time, which you just make it so, like, a guaranteed connected map drops, and you can just get up to high tier map super quickly. Kenta told the entire story to his best friend, and they took up the mantle. Yeah, it's just when it's not the original person, it's gonna be hard to, like, it's gonna be hard, dude. Like, that's just a unbelievably difficult situation to be put in. Like, imagine your like dying friend is trying to tell you how to like finish fucking Berserk of all things, and you just have to like go off of it, right? Like, you're never gonna be able to do it justice. Like, it's just not gonna happen. Yeah, Karn is a Boneshatter main for sure. Like, that's pretty much all he does. He just plays the Bone Zone. I'm just trying it out, right? I'll probably... There's not, like, a good softcore guide for Boneshatter right now. Even, like, to this point, I still don't really think there's a good one, so I'm going to attempt to make a halfway decent one. And it seems like most people are focusing on Slayer, and I think that Slayer is kind of bait when it comes to Bone Zone, at least for, like, a League Start guide. You hear how insane the art was being made? No, I didn't hear it. Oh, I didn't get the waypoint? Really? Damn. That's rough. Yeah, there isn't really a great softcore guide. Because there's Garathas, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with Garathas, but it's a very hardcore guide. And there isn't one that really talks about, like, using proper, you know, itemization and stuff. Like, for example, I think probably the way that you go about scaling it more than likely has to do with, like, ashes and stuff like that, but I don't know. Like, the cluster jewel is pretty good for softcore. There's lots of options for softcore. And then Tripo made the Slayer guide, but a lot of people said that one wasn't that good. And then there is Karn's version, but Karn is like a hardcore solo self-found player, so his perspective on it's not gonna line up super well with softcore trade. So as far as I know, there's just not really a great guide. It'll probably be me and maybe Subtractem making guides for it this league. I saw Subtractem made a video, and he might make a guide for it. I don't know. I don't know how much he liked it because I didn't really look at it that much. But I'm definitely going to be trying to make one, and Subtractem might make one as well. We'll see. Because my guide, I'm focusing a lot more on like the early experience, trying to get like the process of getting there. Did you watch the Act 5 race? No. That kind of stuff doesn't interest me that much, but what happened with the Chance Orb? Can someone explain that to me? I see the Chance Orb memes and I don't understand them. I don't understand them, unfortunately. I want to understand them, but I don't care enough to like go and figure it out. So what happened? What happened with the Chance Orbs? Well, what happened with the Chance Orbs, boys? Surprised how did Ty beat them all? He probably practices a bunch as well. I don't know. Did you see the man, the myth, the legend? He just out-muscled them with his brain. That picture, the Chad versus the Virgin Pit, that shit was fucking hilarious. Like, I'm sorry, it was just way too close, dude. Like, it was just so perfect, man. It's just such a perfect picture. It's rude as fuck, but it's a perfect picture, man. I feel really bad, but yeah. Exile missed the Chance Orb and couldn't get one of the DPS skills. Oof, that sucks. That sucks, dude. But let me see if I can find the picture. Who posted the picture? Was it Tripo that posted the picture? All the racers practicing with cremation. However, while everyone got multiple Chance Orbs, I'm Exile would have gotten around a 10% damage increase, would have been the decisive factor. Ah. Let's see. I think it was... Yeah, okay. Holy fuck, dude. This picture. It's so fucked, but it's so good, dude. Like... It's so fucked, but it's so good, dude. I feel really bad, but it's so fucking perfect. It's unbelievable. It's so on point. Oh, God. Yeah. So funny, dude. I don't know. I don't really keep up much with random streamer drama. It doesn't interest me that much, so I don't know what you're talking about, Turtle, there. Not certain. The one and only thing I've ever agreed, I think, with Double Lift on is that you should always shit talk before the event happens, never after. You lose your right to shit talk after if you didn't shit talk before. That's one of the only things that I think I've ever agreed with Double Lift on. Because yeah, if you're willing to like put your money where your mouth is before the thing happens and then you win, yeah, you could shit talk because you shit talked before, right? But if you like are unwilling to say anything before and then you win and then you just start going hard on the shit talk, yeah, fuck off, dude. Shit talk before. Be a little bitch. Wasn't drama. I joined a stream once. One of the only people on. It was my first time in. I heard him bitching about how Karn won. Oh, okay, yeah. It's funny how easy it is to completely just lose a viewer on stream or things like that, right? Because like you could just be doing something that's like very off-brand for yourself that like 99.9% of the time you would never even be saying or doing something like that, and then someone comes in, that's their first impression of you, and then that's the only thing that they ever think of you forever. If someone is shit talking you before the event, then you win, then it's fine to shit talk back too. Yeah, sure. But if they're not shit talking you, and then you win, and then you shit talk them afterwards, it's pretty shitty if you're not doing it before as well. In my mind. I don't know how much you guys follow arm wrestling, but there's this big shit talker in arm wrestling, like basically one of the biggest arm wrestling guys named what is it, Devin Larratt, right? And he's a huge shit talker, right? But he does it for the spectacle, right? Like he's not the kind of person who like makes it like super personal or things, and he always tries to be like happy about it afterwards, but like big shit talker, yeah? And there was this event that he went to, like the Canada Major or something like that recently, and he went there, and there's this guy who was like one of the higher ups there who also was an arm wrestler, right? Who's been wanting to arm wrestle him forever, but it never really worked out. And Devin like shit talked him around the event, right? Because, you know, he's just doing his normal shit talk. I need to get away from this thing. He's doing his normal shit talk thing, right? And Devin won after he had shit talked him. So, Jesus Christ, dude. Leave me the fuck alone, man. So Devin shit talked him after the event, right? And before the event, the entire time, yeah? And he got so upset that Devin won and shit talked him that he used his like influence as like one of the managers of the event or whatever it is to try to get him disqualified or try to get him like they charged him in the event with like abuse or something like that is what it is. Like he was like abusive to other people in the event is what they said that he did, right? And then after they told him that, they sent him the little ticket that said, hey, you're being charged with abuse. We would prefer it if you kept this quiet. And it's like, no, dude, fuck off. Like that's some shit, dude. Because the other guy was shit talking too, and then he got fucking destroyed, so he tried to use his power as like an organizer or whatever it is to fuck Devin over. It's like, okay, dude. Like, nah. Sorry. According to something Rise said, Exile left early and people just thought maybe shy or caught a bug or something. Someone went to leave and pay for the whole big dinner, was paid for by Exile. He just got up, didn't say anything, and paid for everyone. Really? Interesting. Interesting. Secret millionaire? Just likes playing video games? All right, what's the timer gonna be on this? Probably quite a while. Let's see. Okay, it's just the message request. I'm getting frozen. What's my cold resist? 49. Nice, dude. Like when Tommy Enna accused Gideon of harassing his fans and tried to pressure Gideon and not uploading the foot. Yeah. It's just some shit, dude. People are scummy. It is what it is. You know what's like a lot easier than doing all of that weird pressuring and all that bullshit is just don't be a piece of shit. And just like own up to your mistakes if they happen. You know, like it doesn't have to be super public, but just if you fuck up, then just admit that shit and try to move on from it. Makes it a lot easier to exist as a human. People, that's really hard. Yeah, I know. Unfortunately, for a lot of people, emotional growth is something that never really happens. It's very, very easy, specifically because of the way that society works and the way that people are raised most of the time. They're not actually taught how to deal with their emotions a lot. And for some people, emotional growth never happens. Like, I've heard, I don't know how true this is, and it could just be complete speculation, but I've heard that, you know the meme with what's his name? God, what is his name? Leonardo DiCaprio, the meme with him like dating young women or whatever. From what I've heard, most of the reason is for that is because like mentally, apparently he's kind of like similar to like a 20 or 30-year-old, right? Like he hasn't really matured very much because he's never really needed to, right? He got super famous at a young age and he's continued his fame throughout his entire life and it's never really fallen off and he's never really had a reason to grow. And supposedly it's just because like, I'm gonna die, aren't I? Supposedly he just has never really grown mentally, and that's what people say is the reason. I don't know how much I believe that, but things like that would not surprise me in the least if they were true. Let's see, Divine Life Flask. I really not have room again? 55. I don't think a random Abyssal Axe will be better. Wonder about that, like, how would you even know if you had grown up or gotten better? Because, you know, viewer bias and all that? Yeah, it's rough, right? It's definitely rough. Because, yeah, I mean, the Leo being a jerk thing, I could see it happening if he never had any impetus to grow emotionally in any way, right? He's just always succeeded at all times. Having all the money in the world makes being introspective not necessary? Yeah, exactly. So, like, he's always succeeded, and you don't need to be a good person to be a good actor, so... I could see it. Yo, he went that way? Oh. Oh, I do have room. Okay. Don't think I can do another life node. I almost wish I didn't have life on that chest piece now that I think about it. Oh, that other chest piece. I can just use it, can't I? If I can get the sockets on it, I don't even need it to have life. Yeah, because it would just be better for it to not have life. Oh, thinking emoji. To be rich, you almost have to be a bad person. I don't necessarily 100% agree with that. Depends on what you mean by rich. To be like a billionaire or something, sure, you kind of have to be a shitty person, or you have to like inherit it from somebody, right?
Great.
It would be wrong to do that here.
Hey, what's up? I don't know how to say your name. It's a bunch of letters. What's up, dude? But yeah, I mean, I don't think you inherently have to be like a bad person to be super rich, right? What did I miss? Chamber of Sins? How does Boneshatter feel? On clear, really good. On single target, pretty eh. But yeah, when you get to the point where you're like really, really up there, like someone like Jeff Bezos or something like that, right? I don't think there's any way for someone like Jeff Bezos to be a good person, right? With all the shit that I've seen happen at Amazon, absolutely not, right? However, just because someone is like has like $10 million or something, it doesn't necessarily mean that they're a bad person, right? You're a billionaire, you're a shit person. Well, no, it's just you can't really get to that point without having walked over some people or caused some harm or something like that, right? Like you just can't, it's really, really difficult to be able to amass that much wealth without some kind of abuse of human nature, right? Like it's just really not possible at this point. Like it's an absolutely absurd amount of money. And to get there, you gotta step on a lot of people. But like millions, probably not that much, yeah? Because there's no realistic way for one person to create themselves alone like billions of dollars worth of productivity, right? Like there's not really any way for them to do that. Did I thought I went through this one, did I not? So they have to use the productivity of other people. Or you're a genius? Yeah, but there's very few geniuses most of the time. And just being a genius doesn't mean that you make money. Like, I mean, you want to name me a billionaire that, like, didn't step on people or, like, abuse human rights bullshit? I can't really think of any. Maybe people who inherited it, but I don't know. Because most of the time, one of the biggest ones is like abusing like human slave labor in other countries, right? Like if you make massive use of that to like create your products, that's pretty shitty, right? Well, that's what I'm saying, right? Like, people who are billionaires typically got there because they fucked over a large amount of people, whatever it might be. Like, and probably fucked them over quite hard, too. Like Nike, yeah, Nike, superconductor factory, or not superconductor factories, like phone factories, things like that, right? That's not just billionaires? Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, I wasn't claiming that you're using the like whataboutism argument here, and it's not even what I'm talking about, right? Like I'm not talking about other people, I'm talking about billionaires, right? Like sure, yes, plenty of people are assholes, understood, but I'm saying you don't get to be a billionaire without fucking over a lot of people, right? Like sure, I know a random homeless dude, who stands outside the grocery store nearby me, who pretends to be an army vet, right? He pretends to be an army vet, he pretends to have a limp, he pretends to be really sick and like look really bad and all that kind of stuff because people give him more money because of that, right? Like he makes more money looking as bad as possible. But then immediately afterwards, after you see him do that, I've seen him in the grocery store itself walking around perfectly fine. He's got a nice phone, like he's got a nice backpack, he's got all kinds of nice stuff, and then I watch him go and get in his nice car and drive away, right? So it's like, yeah, that guy's an asshole too, but it is what it is. But what I'm saying is that you can't get to that point without abusing some human rights. Like you cannot get to that without either stealing or doing something in that regard. Like you cannot get to the point where you have made $1 billion+ besides maybe inheriting it, without doing those kinds of bad things, is essentially what I'm trying to say, right? Like, I don't think that there is anything that a billionaire could do to warrant owning that much money, right? It should be way less centralized than that. I'm glad that you said that you were joking, because that is something that I would probably ban for. We respect women here, okay? Yeah, but you're doing the whataboutism argument. It's like, it's the same argument. It's like, you know, like, well, what about children in Africa? I don't give a fuck about children in Africa. I'm not a child in Africa. I'm not in Africa or anything like that. That's not the argument that I'm talking about, right? Like, sure, plenty of people are bad. Well, it's like, I'm trying to figure out how to explain this properly. Wait, am I in the right zone? No, I'm not. Why did I... Got me fucked up, dude. Got me fucked up, dude. I'm literally just clearing through shit that I'm not supposed to because I completely forgot where I was at. I'm like, why am I in this act again? Like, what am I doing? Didn't even realize it, dude. What I'm saying is that, like, if there was a Venn diagram, right, of people who have done evil things and people who or people who do a lot of evil things and people who don't do a lot of evil things, right? All billionaires, besides maybe ones that inherited it, would all be in the people who have done lots of evil things, is what I'm trying to say. I don't think that you can decouple being a billionaire, besides maybe inheriting it, and being morally corrupt. I think, in essence, you have to be morally corrupt to be able to be a billionaire, is what I'm trying to say. Like, I think that it is a necessity of it, right? Also, why are you defending billionaires? The fuck, dude? Come on, dude. Why are you simping for billionaires? Come on, dude. Who cares? Because they're rich, they need to be painted as the actual devil? No, I'm saying because they have done lots of really bad shit, they should be painted as the actual devil. Is what I'm saying, right? Yes, I know. Engineering brain, you don't like it, but unfortunately, I don't think anything that I'm saying is wrong here. It's just that there's no realistic way with the way that the system is set up, right? To be able to do things in a morally acceptable way to be able to obtain that final goal, right? Wait, did I? Oh, I didn't finish it? Shit. Oh. I'm frozen again. Please, stop freezing me. Please, dude. I don't have the Juggernaut node yet, man. Stop freezing me, brother. I have, like, no cold resist. I have, like, 0. $1 billion is a lot of fucking money. I don't think it's possible. Besides, like, inheritance, I don't think it's possible. Because, like, to be able to make $1 billion, that's so much fucking money. It's an unbelievable amount of money. Like, you have to do some like unscrupulous shit, whether or not it be like stealing from people, meaning like underpaying your employees or something like that. Like, it's an unbelievable amount of money. $1 billion is more than you could probably ever spend in a lifetime, realistically, on like normal shit, right? Like you have to spend it on such extravagant elegance to be able to spend that much money that it would be insane, right? What about Messi? All he did was play football. I don't know. I don't know the particulars about him. Didn't he sign with some, like... Is he the one that signed with the Saudi Arabians? Right? Took money from, like, them? Is that the guy? I don't remember. I remember there was some random footballer who signed with something like that. That's Ronaldo? Oh, that's Ronaldo. Yeah, okay. I don't follow fucking sports, if I'm gonna be honest with you. But yeah, I don't know a lot about him, so I couldn't give particulars on that one. But if that's the standard, no consumption under capitalism period is ethical. It's kind of honestly a lot more difficult than that. I think there's a difference between buying a pair of Adidas shoes and taking multi-millions of dollars from a company to promote them and their shoes. I think there's probably a difference there, if I had to guess, is what I would say. When it comes to like the morality of it, you know?
Be careful.
Anything you need. Just. Yes?
Yes.
Armor, cold resist, accuracy. Damn, I wish I had life. It really needs life. It's just, it's better resist-wise than what I currently have, though, so maybe that's better. Yeah, the point that I'm essentially trying to make is just that you don't get to be a billionaire without stepping on a lot of toes. Whatever stepping on those toes means, exploiting child labor, all those kinds of good things is essentially what I'm trying to say here. Just oh god, dude. I love Johnny Bravo, dude. That show was great. I randomly started getting suggested Johnny Bravo clips on YouTube. I've watched essentially all of them. Well, the reason that they're the most responsible for it is that they're the person at the top. They're the person that benefits off of it. Like, I'm not saying I couldn't understand how it happens, I'm just saying it's not really morally ethical to do what they do. And yeah, all of the people, like the CEOs and everything and whatever else below them that are also pushing those things, yeah, those are probably some fucking bad people too, right? Like, absolutely. 100%. If you're like sitting there and being like, well, you know, maybe we should make our products in a random insert country here because they have forced labor and we have to pay them pennies and, you know, their entire life cycle sucks. Like, yeah, that feels pretty bad, dude. Feels pretty bad, dude. Canadian getting angry, dude. I can feel the political debate coming out of him, dude. Yeah, but that's not the point I'm arguing. You're like, that's what I'm saying is that like that's not really like the point that I'm trying to argue, right? I'm just saying that it is almost impossible to become a billionaire without doing some bad shit, is the point that I'm trying to make. And the point that I've heard back is that, well, all people are bad. Like, yeah, a lot of people are bad, sure, but that doesn't have anything to do with what I said. Like, I don't know why we're singling out, you know, rich people for doing bad things. It's like, well, because there's a much higher chance that they're doing bad things than random average people. And much higher degrees of bad things, right? Because it makes you feel better? What makes me feel better? I don't know what you mean by it makes me feel better. Being one of the common focus to sit down and judge these evil people on top? Oh, no, you know nothing about me, so it's kind of insulting that you would even say that. Because you have no idea how much shit that I have turned down because I want to be a good person, okay? Like, one example being, like, I don't peddle you guys a whole bunch of like needless bullshit like fucking Raid Shadow Legends and stuff like that. I absolutely could have taken so much money, dude. There are so many people who have peddled that fucking shit to me that I could have taken and absolutely easily gotten away with it. But I don't do it because I don't want to give that to you guys because I think it's shitty. I don't like, I have like ethical issues in my brain as well that I've talked about with like even content like supporting GGG because of how much their like loot boxes and stuff are gambling, right? Like, I'm very much so on the fence on whether or not I even want to support something like PoE, right? So like, no, it's not about judging other people. It has absolutely nothing to do with it. It doesn't make me feel good to think that I'm better than them. I'm not trying to say that I'm better than them. I'm talking about them in general. Like, I don't know. That just seems like a fucking stupid argument, if I'm gonna be real with you. Like, you're assuming so much about me and you don't know anything about me, like when it comes to that kind of stuff. So, politely, fuck off. Anyways, video games. Okay, I still feel like I'm having issues here with this. Man, my lightning resist is so low, dude. Holy fuck. First of all, political systems evolve into something bad. Yeah, I mean, capitalism's the best thing that we have currently. Like, I don't think it's a perfect system, but I definitely think it's a lot better than most of the other stuff that we've had, at least at this point. It does... Unfortunately, as you reach the end game of it, it does seem like there are still tons of problems, but it's still better than all the other options that we've had. Would I like something better? Sure. But this is the best that we've got, right? Like, I don't want to like just broadly defend capitalism, but at the same point, it is about the best that we've got right now. Okay. Or how would anyone contain the billionaires from eventually controlling everything if they eventually would end up owning everything? I mean, that's essentially what's happening right now, right? Is that more and more and more control is going and being concentrated in this top percent of people, right? That's just exactly what's happening at the moment. Like, one of the biggest shifts of wealth that we've ever seen happen during COVID, they used that point, like, the whole part about, like, you know how food is just getting more and more and more and more expensive at the grocery store? Originally, they used the excuse that, you know, like, COVID was making it difficult to create these things, but COVID's not making it difficult to create these things anymore. They can't use that as an excuse anymore. They can't. And a lot of them have been caught at this point saying things in their shareholder meetings like, yeah, profits are just up because we're charging more. It's like they're not trying to hide it. Like, the profits of these corporations are just going up just because they're being greedy. That's all there is to it. They just want to make more money. Like, stock buybacks, that is literally just a thing so that, like, the higher ups in a company can make more money. That's it. Like, it's just so that stockholders can make more money. That's all stock buybacks do. Like, companies are willing to spend money on stock buybacks instead of actually paying the people who, like, generate that wealth properly. It's just shitty, you know? I mean, it's literally just straight up corporate greed. That's all that it is. There is no explaining away almost any of that. Now, sure, I will admit that there are issues with the system, right? Like, it is the job of a CEO, absolutely without fail, to make the company as much money as humanly possible, right? Make profits for the stockholders. That is a problem with the system, for sure. It absolutely is. And that system does need to be fixed. But it's just like, it is still just corporate greed that is causing it, right? Like, it's still the greed of the people who are at the top and the shareholders, right? The people that own those stocks. But what can you do at the end of the day? Oh yeah, there's a lab here, right? I don't remember which side it's on though. Is this it? Yes. Did I do second lab? Oh, that's what I was doing. Oh shit, dude. That's what I was doing. That's how I got randomly stuck in Act 7. I was doing second... I was doing second lab, bro, and then I just started randomly leveling in Act 7 instead of doing second lab. Holy. How's Jug going? Oh, Jug going pretty well. Yeah, I agree. I was doing lab, dude. Oh, I should have taken the portal. What am I doing now? I'm trolling even more. This is what happens when you start talking about politics, boys. You get worse at PoE. The main reason to not talk about politics, am I right? I'm gonna be honest, Phoenixia, that makes you sound like an absolute fucking psychopath. Just so you're aware. Because I do not think that that is actually likely. I don't think that's likely at all. I absolutely not. There's a reason why in the judicial system there is a difference between like crimes of passion and just like, you know, just like premeditated murder, right? Like there's a big difference between those things, yeah. Because like someone who would kill one person in like a crime of passion kind of moment, right? In some regards, I can understand that, right? Like there's situations where I can understand where that would happen, right? Like think about that guy who I think it was like his kid got kidnapped by the dude, and the dude was like, I don't remember exactly what happened, but he was like the guy was like raping the kid or something like that over and over and over and over again or something like that, and then he was being transported and at like an airport or something, and the guy came out and just shot him. Like I understand how you could get to that point, right? Like I can understand why you would get to that point, seeing like your child, that happened to your child, and like knowing the person that did it might not get what you want happen to them, right? I can see things like that, like a crime of passion, that kind of thing, but that's still premeditated, right? The thing about it is that is still premeditated, right? Let's see how you could get there. But would that same person just randomly decide to kill 1,000 people for money? I highly doubt it, right? Like I highly doubt it. So I don't know. I can't really comprehend that at all. Because like the people that you're comparing it to is like a person who would just randomly kill one person. Yeah, that's a pretty fucking bad person. If that's the comparison, that those two people are equally evil, then yeah, I agree with you. You're just saying that like the people killing 1,000 people are like evil murderers, sure. The degree of harm is definitely higher in my opinion, but they're probably equally evil people, like to be able to do that. So I mean, if you want to make the comparison that billionaires are literally the same as like just random indiscriminate murderers, then that's fine. Because I probably agree. Didn't know you changed your position so heavily, dude. Meat grinder. Okay, so we got this Sekima feather. I'll talk to you, but only for a moment, Sin. I think the method of killing says more about who's worse than the number of kills. I gotta disagree there, if I'm gonna be honest with you. I mean, it might make them like a sicker person for sure if they're like doing it with their own hands and like brutally mutilating them or some shit, sure. But I think it's much worse to kill 1,000 people than it is to kill one. Much more harm has been caused for sure. Yeah, but you can't. The problem is you're not engaging with the argument. Like you're moving it to other topics constantly. You're not actually engaging with the argument itself. I think that's the reason why people are frustrated. That make sense? Because like your whole entire argument is like, well, people are bad. Eventually going to donate the last $200 you need for that hideout, and I want you to know it's coming. You probably shouldn't waste your money, brother. Like honestly, I think it's just a waste of money to spend extra money on the fucking hideout, dude. Ugh. I just sit here? Ooh. Didn't know saying billionaire bad would make this much discourse, boys. Was not aware. Oh! God, I hate this boss. When you do very small damage, this boss is so annoying. Especially when you have like no lightning resist, this boss is very annoying. I'm like trolling so hard with this playthrough, honestly. Should have said most billionaires are bad? Aw, true, dude. Fuck, I'm dead again! Or maybe not. Fuck. Where's my resist, bro? All the gear that I've been dropping has been so fucking bad, dude. About to start using Purity of Elements, my guy. I can't even wear these. I need the armor. Okay. Please give me some instant flasks. Pretty please. That's not an instant flask. Did I not grab... I guess I could just use this for now. At least I'll have resistances.
You might. Oh, you're not.
Didn't know I had so many billionaires in my chat. I couldn't tell, dude. They definitely weren't ponying up those hard-earned funds for me. Unlucky. Where's my Saudi prince, man? How's Boneshatter? Boneshatter's pretty good. I'm enjoying it. Alright, so where do we go from here, realistically? I don't actually know where we go from here. Kinda got all the things that I needed, but we probably need to get these elemental resistances here. Actually, I should be able to drop 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Alright, so currently we have 1922. We actually do not have enough accuracy as of right now. So we need to do lab, is what we need to do. I needed to do lab anyways.
I cannot do this yet. The goddess is watching.
But the problem is your argument is like, well, we can't do better, so I might as well abuse the system. And I mean, that's fine if that's what you want to do, but I would rather not cause problems, you know? I would rather have things be better for all of us. I don't know. I guess we just have different moral views on that. Like, I think that it's like bad to cause those kinds of problems and to just abuse systems like that, but I guess that's just me.
And the world attends. Such resilience.
We can't do better?
This empire remains.
I don't know, man. It seems like a loser attitude, if I'm gonna be real with you. Seems like a defeatist attitude. I think we can always do better. I think by not allowing a couple small amount of corrupt people to abuse the system, we can probably do a lot better. I mean, that's the same argument for people who, you know, like, were for child labor. Like, you know, they're like, well, how are we ever going to be able to make any profits if we aren't able to have children doing labor? I guess that slid back too, because what, they passed that bill in Arkansas where children can be laborers now again, right? Is it Arkansas? Do you have a bill before league start? As long as it doesn't get nerfed in, also, as long as it doesn't get nerfed in patch notes. Yeah, dude, might as well go back to slavery. Oh God. I almost said something really bad, and I would have felt really fucking bad for saying it, and you'll never know what it is, chat. Funny, but really fucking bad. What's your opinion about group play? It's kind of useless in PoE 1. Secret memes? Yep. Absolute secret memes, but no one will ever hear it. I'm not saying it, absolutely fucking not. Well, the thing is that I would like it to be a meritocracy, but a meritocracy will probably never realistically work. I wish that the world was a meritocracy, because that would be, you know, like people would be, people would have more based off of how much they provide, but it's not really the case.
When the time comes to strike, an emperor strikes without hesitation. Things that slump entertained never be done.
Case in point, the fact that planned obsolescence is a thing. Apple is a good example.
By the goddess, what ambition! Pity the emperor who sits alone on his throne.
Like, unfortunately, we put tons and tons and tons of effort into simply the act of making money, not to make things better. If we were focused on making things better and just like doing better, we wouldn't have light bulbs that went bad after however long. No time, you know? However, here we are. Germany has a really good system for labor unions and stuff to keep billionaires in check. There's only one, if I remember correctly. I don't know. It's just... It's definitely a tough problem, like, for sure. It's a tough thing to overcome. Because there's always going to be people at the top who are trying to abuse their power. That's why they get to the top, as I said earlier. But at the end of the day, I don't know. I don't like screwing people over if I can help it. Like, sure, that probably makes it so that I'll have a much harder time, but I just don't like screwing people over. I don't like causing problems for people who don't deserve it, if that makes sense. Like, if I can help it, if I can do what I do without screwing over a bunch of other people, I'm gonna try my best to not screw over a bunch of other people, you know? And that hurt. Chose to play Ruthless in real life, but not PoE? No, I don't want to be Ruthless. But, yeah. Not in name, but in spirit, sure.
Tyranny is inescapable.
Not in name, but spirit. Quicksilver Flask. What do we got? Fire damage if you've killed recently. Pog, dude. Right, undeniable. We are now undeniable, right? Undeniably, our undeniableness is top tier. 4,332. All right, we're good. Basically, I think our only shot, realistically, if we want to get real sad real quick, chat. Like, if you guys want to like get real sad here, I think we have a decent chance as humans to be able to engineer our way out of like the horrible state that we've put ourselves into. And honestly, I hope that we do better. I'm not exactly certain that we will be able to. I hope that we'll be able to, and we always have before, but I feel like we might be hitting a kind of a breaking point where we might not be able to engineer our way out of this one so easily. It's like Earth kind of on fire, you know? It's kind of not doing so well, if we're going to be honest. The Earth is kind of on fire. Unfortunately. Musk will save us? Who knows? He might, but it is what it is. You talking literally now because it's hot as fuck outside? Yeah, dude. I mean, it's actually crazy how fucking hot it is, but I'm talking like climate change in general. Like we're pretty fucked in that regard. We are pretty fucked. Yeah, it's like, it's hot as hell out here in Florida, my guy. And there's so many people saying, oh, it's not that hot this year. Dude, it's fucking hot as shit. Yeah, but this isn't really gonna be like a good fuck. It's not gonna be like something that's enjoyable, you know? Like, this is gonna be like a skull fucking, right? Like, not in any way that's enjoyable whatsoever. This is just like against my consent, only pain. That's the kind of fucking that's gonna happen here. You know? Unless you're into that kind of thing, but probably not living very long if that's the case. It's like people with amputee fetishes. They're not gonna live very long, dude. Jeweler's orbs. Yo, let's go, dude. Why did you follow after I said something about amputee fetish? Just out of curiosity. Of all the times to follow, huh? That was the thing that made you do it? That comment was what made you do it? A comment? More power to you, my guy. Bad timing. Oh, it's all good, dude. It's all good. I mean, I don't think that that should be the basis of why you shouldn't spank your child. I think there's plenty of other reasons. But I guess coming to that conclusion, from that isn't like the worst thing. It's not the worst outcome, I guess. I think a better reason for not spanking your children is because it like prevents them from being able to properly emotionally develop and deal with their problems. That's probably a much worse reason for spanking your children, but yeah, I mean, if the outcome's good, that's all that matters, right? That's what we've been talking about all day here, right? The ends justify the means, brother. Surely. Some kids are shitheads. Yeah, but beating them physically is not going to make them less shitheads. It's going to make them more shitheads. It worked on me. The science is out on that one, my guy. It does not work. The science is absolutely out on that one. And having no lightning resist is very fun. Look at that, dude. One little thing even touching me in the wrong way. Quicksilver. I just don't want to ever think about listen, okay? Why don't think about that. What the fuck, dude? Let's just not think about that in general. Can you wait to have to restart the fight completely each time you die? In PoE 2, I'll just actually have to have resistances, which means that I'll go slower, which means the vision will be fulfilled. I've gotten so screwed on resistances this time around, dude. Actually makes me so sad. And I've gotten like no essences either. The school district in Missouri doesn't care about the science. They brought back paddling. Yeah. How much you want to bet it's because of the people at the top of the school district just being into some fucking weird shit? The problem isn't really the temperature alone. It has to do with the temperature plus the humidity. The problem is that we are hitting like some pretty significantly bad combos of that. Hitting some pretty fucking bad combos. So you say not to think about it, but I've had that memory locked in my head for 8 years. I can't control what my mind registered as important information. I sympathize with you, my guy. Or rather, I empathize, because I can't sympathize with that. Hard to use the right word sometimes. Right word is difficult. Could you post a Patreon link? I'm having a hell of a time finding yours. It's linked under all of my YouTube videos. Patreon.com/bigducks. Types that into the browser. There you go. Canadian, please. Brother man, no. I'm dead. Alright, let's wait till she... I was gonna say let's wait till she stops screaming to beat her some more. I need to not say things like that, dude. I need to not say things like that, dude. Holy fuck, brother. You told me this chat respected women. Listen, I respect women, but not ones that turn themselves into giant, like, flabby frog creatures and try to kill me, okay? Man, I wish I had resistances. All right, we actually need to get some resistances. This is getting to be too much. All right, let's see. What the fuck can we even do? I don't know what we can do. This doesn't have life on it, so if I can get a 4-socket there, maybe I can do something. I have a bunch of these. Okay. Okay, I need 1 green. Okay. 1 point left, and now I can put this in the 50% increase maximum life and no life modifiers on body armor. Cold lightning, that's a little bit better. I still need a little bit more cold resist. Can I get that anywhere right now? My boots are so bad. God, they're so bad. 120 to 181. Not really better. It doesn't have attack speed. I can't craft anything on it.
Yes.
Gas ring does as much as a 2-stone implicit. Yeah, probably. I should at least try to roll one. I need what? Cold res right now? It has cold and all res on it.
Yes.
I actually need a sapphire ring, I think. But not a bad sapphire ring. What the hell? 21?
Take care.
The duelist sounds like he deserved exile. Yeah, didn't he just like kill somebody because he got upset with him or some shit?
Goodbye.
Or did he kill somebody in a duel? I can't remember.
What is it?
I don't remember what happened with the lore in PoE. Okay, where do I even go from here? Up this way? Should I go for Fortify now? I'm actually gonna go for Fortify, fuck it. Kill someone important in a duel? Oh yeah, it was someone important in a duel. Alright, what do I need? Hold and fire resist.
Still breathing, eh?
Hold and fire resist. Will it be good? Absolutely not. Fucked his bitch and then killed him in a duel. Damn, dude. Dude got shreked.
Hello.
And I have genuinely found no good rings. Like, this is the quality of ring that I find. I mean, it's got better resist still, even right now, actually. Right? Yeah. It's even got an open prefix. I mean, it's better, right? I mean, it's better, right? Might as well.
I cannot do this yet.
All right, we're gaming. Yo, Vicious, thank you for the prime. Appreciate you gaming.
Yes, Daddy.
All right, we have resistances now, so surely that means we're gonna survive, right? Surely. I don't have chaos res though. Damn, I died right there because I got rid of my chaos resist ring. Totally the reason. It wasn't just because I stood in all of the things, right? Couldn't have been that. That was definitely not the issue. Absolutely not. Ready? Okay. All right, chat. I'm gonna finish this boss, and then we're gonna be done for today. We'll pick up Goop from work, get some food. We'll be back tomorrow for more weird fucking talks about shit that I probably shouldn't talk about. Oh, the trauma, it's building. I actually just got the text just now. Like, if you sent the text earlier than that, I actually just got it. Rui chopper.
Ready to go?
All right, appreciate you, boys. Thank you, thank you. We're going to pause this timer for now. I'll try to keep that up. No promises, though. All right, boys, that's gonna be it. Appreciate you, gamers. Thanks for coming and hanging out with your boy. We will continue with this soon, TM. We'll get into maps. Hopefully we can get Eater and Exarch down in like a total of like 10 to 12 hours, like total time playing and all that good stuff. So I appreciate you, boys. Thank you, thank you. And I will see you all later, gamers. Make sure to follow the stream, sub to the YouTube. Thank you for all bits, all follows, all donos, all of the support. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Appreciate you, gamers. And I will see you all later once again, gamers. And make sure to pet Duckless in the chat.